exist and don't exist at the same time. Because you got to
Can
think
you
of
give an
consciousness,
example of what you mean by that?
like as in, since we're like we can't even remember when we were born. But just thinking like
What about like
how would
sleep
it
when
feel
you're
to
in
not
deep sleep?
exist? And then you exist, like you don't like, let's say you don't exist, but it's
How would you
how
know?
you were
You wouldn't
saying,
know.
sleeping. Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Wait,
There
how can
would be
I
no
wait?
you to
Wait,
know anything.
how can I believe I exist and not exist at the same time?
Because you got to think about it as you like. I feel like in my belief, consciousness is something that can't be created or destroyed.
Okay, so
So
But consciousness
wait,
is not matter.
wait, go back a bit.
yeah,
So I believe I exist right now. I think I exist now. How can that be wrong? How can I believe I exist and be wrong?
well, I mean that's impossible.
So
I
it's
don't
A
know.
lot of what you're saying is impossible.
Because, like, if existence was an illusion, there would have to be someone to be the subject of that illusion, so you would already exist.
right. So what he said
Yeah,
was is that it's possible for us to exist and not exist at the same time. But
But that's contradictory. It contradicts the law of non-contradiction.
right, and so if I
yeah.
believe I exist, there have to be some way for that statement to be false. If what he's saying is true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I twisted myself up just then.
Yeah, probably.
Even doubting the cogito would still require experience. That's also
Hey,
it's one of
I'm a
T-Jump,
those
Unitarian
things
have
that
you
too.
I
ever
think
gotten into like Bernardo Kastrup's philosophy at all, like trying
Yeah,
to dissect it and
I had him
understand
on
like
my
where he
channel.
goes wrong?
I had him on my
Yeah, but
channel.
have you ever like looked into any of his literature and like read any of it? I'm not saying he's right because I don't think he's right, but I'm just
It's
curious.
the same as his arguments. Like his literature is just more words to say the same points as the stuff he puts in my argument. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. So I mean, like, if you want to present one of his arguments, I can tell you why it's wrong, but they're all just the same fallacies that any idealist makes.
Yeah, so I mean, from what I understand, like he believes in an objective consciousness, like universal consciousness, and that's all that exists. But somehow he, for example, says like rocks, tables, and chairs do not have subjective experience. And in my view, that's like a contradiction because how
That's
could
not a
a
contradiction. So
table?
in his view, consciousness is like a field, and then subjective experience is a sufficient amount of the field. So like hydrogen atoms don't really cause gravitational waves. They can't cause things to pull things, but if you put a bunch of hydrogen atoms together, you get a star, which does cause gravity to pull things. So that's what he's saying about consciousness, is that consciousness is like gravity and it takes a whole bunch of it to generate subjective experience. And if you don't have enough of it, it's just some like underlying non-subjective experience, consciousness, proto-conscious particles.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I never really looked at it that way, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. There's something off-putting about idealism to me. Like, it just doesn't really make sense at the end of the day. Like, I think a materialist view of consciousness is probably the way to go.
I mean, I think, yeah, there's just no evidence for it. I think that's the fundamental problem with idealism, is that it's positing that there's something there without without providing evidence that it's actually true. That seems to be the fundamental issue. It's like I think the analogy I've come to like to use is like it's saying we can only see other galaxies through telescopes. Therefore, the other galaxies are made of telescopes. Like, obviously that doesn't make sense, but that's fundamentally what the idealist argument is that, well, we only experience stuff through consciousness, and therefore consciousness is what everything is made of. Like, just our epistemic means to see something doesn't mean that the thing we're seeing is made of what we're looking through. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so it's like an unjustified extrapolation from our subjective experience of the world to like applying that consciousness to everything. Like, there's no reason for us to do that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because I mean, I studied like Advaita Vedanta, like Hinduism, and I was trying to like at least understand that perspective. I wasn't agreeing with it though because it just seems so out of line with my like life experience. and Bernardo Castro, like he seems to kind of take that whole philosophy of like Hindu thought and spin it and
I
add his
don't
own twist to it, like the dissociation
I
of the
don't think
altars and all
I
that.
don't think he's grounded in Hinduism. I think they're both idealistic philosophies, and there's an analogy between the two. But I don't think he's using Hinduism in that sense. Like I definitely have debated Hindus.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite the same. Like he's making a more scientific argument.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It just seems to me like I don't know, like idealism ultimately fails. And I've watched some of your debates with idealists, and it's pretty easy to kind of like debunk it, or not, if not debunk it, just kind of like show where the arguments fail, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're all pretty easy to debunk. Like they're mostly composition division fallacies or arguments from incredulity. I can't imagine how physical stuff can produce consciousness, therefore it can't. Totally.
I mean, I definitely got, at one point, I was like, I was convinced that Bernardo was onto something, but he didn't have it exactly right. And then I came across like different analyses of idealism and people's take on it, and it just, yeah, it just kind of fell apart in my own mind. Like I was like, yeah, this doesn't really add up. um what do you think about free will? Like, do you believe that we have like some sort of ability to ultimately control ourselves, or like do you think that everything's kind of like determined?
Oh yeah, it's for sure determined. Like there's no free will. There's free will is
Yeah,
logically impossible, essentially.
right. Even with like an omniscient god, that still wouldn't give us free will, because the god would know everything that we would do in the future.
Um, it depends how you interpret that, but I don't think there's any logically possible way to have free will. I think everything is either determined or random, and determination means it's not, you can't, like free will is essentially the ability to go back in time and use this choice power to do something differently. And that is essentially impossible. If we go back in time and it's determined, you're going to do the same thing every time. If we go back in time and it's random, you'll do a different thing, but you didn't choose anything. So there's no really way to have free will unless there's some part of you that's outside of time. And then you can like make decisions independently of time. But even if that was the case, there'd have to be something outside of that. So it doesn't really make a great deal of sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I know compatibilist philosophers try to redefine free will to make it in line with our experience of agency, but at the end of the day, like I don't think that's how most lay people conceive of free will, like in a compatibilist sense. And also, I mean, if I were to define free will as like the ability to choose between more than one option in a way that's up to me, then yeah, it doesn't make sense, because if everything's determined, all those causes are going to lead you to make whatever decision you make. And if it's random, then it wouldn't be up to you. If something random caused you to make a decision, it wouldn't be up to you in any meaningful way.
Yep.
So yeah, I definitely see what, like, where free will falls apart.
12-minute download for freaking Hades. Ridiculous.
Wow.
Mm. More people want to ask questions about God. There's like 3 people in the chat. 3 people requesting speaking rights.
Yeah, I have to leave and join that because of Discord. You know, Discord being Discord.
Hello.
Yeah. So anyone you want to go ahead, say stuff.
Okay, so about the God existing thing. When I was like 8 years old, I went to, I really don't know how to say this in English. It's like catechism or something, where you go to like classes about God and stuff. And I used to believe a lot in God. But then I grew up and I started changing my mind. I'm not saying he doesn't exist or he does exist. I'm between he does and he doesn't, but like with the, like with the pass of the time, I've been changing my mind about God existing or not.
Okay. My position is he doesn't exist because there's no evidence.
Mm.
Well,
mean,
Same
what
thing. I
like the
don't see
evidence?
any evidence to prove he exists to me neither.
Oh yeah, I wanted to actually comment on that. The difference between atheism and agnosticism, the position that God does not exist versus God, there's a lack of belief because of
I
lack of
have a
evidence.
question.
Wait, one sec.
Like,
One
I
sec.
have a question.
Wait, one sec. So it's reasonable to say God does not exist. Like you can take the strong atheist position and say it's a reasonable position because there's good reason to think that it's just an idea in humans' minds. So like Graham Oppy takes the strong atheist position. It's because of fallibilism, you don't need absolute certainty to be able to claim something. You can claim God does not exist, and there is sufficient reason to conclude that based on the evidence that it's just an imaginary thing like Santa Claus is. So you taking the strong atheist position is actually rational, and people can do it. And so there's either definition of atheism is perfectly rational to take. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, okay, so if he doesn't exist, why Goku turns into Super Saiyan God and not Super Saiyan Science?
Super Saiyans like Goku.
Yeah, why he turns into Super Saiyan God and not Super Saiyan Science?
What?
I'm pretty sure I heard Super Saiyan in there, like Goku, Vegeta, Majin Buu.
I heard Super Saiyan God.
Yeah, I mean, why is he Super Saiyan God, but not Science?
I don't understand the
that's a
words that you are
cartoon.
Like
saying.
science, like the science and
Super
the chemical and
science?
stuff.
Science? What about science?
Science like the subject of school, like science that.
What about science? Science is good. Science works better than anything else.
Yeah, science is, you know.
Okay.
So TJump, if physicalism is like the way reality actually is, then that automatically rules out God, right? Or does that
No.
not necessarily do that?
No, I mean God could just be a physical
doesn't
thing. Like that's what the
automatically
stop
rule
it.
out,
So like there's many views where God is just like a super powerful being. Like Mormonism just says God is another evolved being that's just more powerful than any of the other beings. So it only rules out God if you think God is a non-physical being. Then if physicalism is true, then that kind of a God
Yeah.
would be false.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
like
I see.
mostly, but gods, like in terms of gods, like let's talk about Norse gods and then plus that up with actual gods or God per se. Like they're supernatural beings. They're not exactly like they're worshipped, but they're supernatural beings that rule over a single area. They're not exactly like the ruler of everything. I guess Norse god was a bad example, but I help fucking do that.
To be honest, I feel like science and I feel like science should have been pushed religion out of the window.
It's doing that.
Because let's see. Like the thing is, most people would rather go and pray every night for something that's not gonna happen. But science actually like
Wait, one thing.
huh?
Like, if God doesn't exist according to science, like, is there something in science that says he doesn't exist?
That's
Sort
the
of.
thing.
So science does show that most human ideas are imaginary, and if there's no evidence for it, then it's most likely imaginary. And so science does conclude God doesn't exist, which is why the most philosophers are atheists and most scientists are atheists. The higher up you go, so science doesn't prove with absolute certainty God doesn't exist, but it does conclude with strong evidence God does not exist.
To be honest,
Okay, can I
the
say
thing.
something real quick?
Huh?
No, science should have not just pushed religion out of a window. It should have been a third-story window onto a concrete floor.
Yeah, like, it should have just been face planted into a sidewalk where there's like 36 pedestrians, and then it's just pure cement, and his face gets stuck.
No.
And then like fucking and everything that proves it just he dies.
Okay. Anybody else questions God stuff?
I wanna say something hypothetically. So this is hypothetically. Let's say that God did exist. And let's think about how many people actually like pray. There's way too many people to do that. But
If
another
God,
thing I
well,
want to point out
sorry.
is when you do like if we're going off what I'm about to say here, God, nothing's coincidental. It's going to happen.
Is there a point to your comment? Some point?
I mean, well, what I'm saying is that nothing's coincidental. And say hypothetically God was real, he wouldn't be controlling that because, like, it'd just be necessarily.
That doesn't make
some
any
people would say
sense
luck,
at all.
But nothing's coincidental. It happens either way. Like, you control what happens.
You're just talking
Kinda
about like
following.
determinism. Like, yeah, you're not making a coherent point.
I feel like there's millions of different realities that are the same way as ours, but slightly different. So like something different happened in one reality because you made a different decision.
That's called the many worlds hypothesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they're
different
infinite
dimensions.
different possibilities.
That's called the many
If
worlds
God were
hypothesis.
if God were to exist, wouldn't it be obvious to most people that he does?
Not
That's the
necessarily.
thing. It doesn't have to be obvious because existence, everything is atoms. Everything is matter. Matter is something that's moving so small and so tightly packed that you can't even realize it most times. But let's say
Yes, you
let's
can.
say
They're called
your phone-
tornadoes, planets, stars. Like that makes no sense either.
Yeah.
But
No, but I'm saying it's matter is always moving. Matter's always moving. Matter's basically always vibrating.
Yeah,
If you-
and
like-
is there like
like
a
your
conclusion?
skin.
Like none of you are making like coherent arguments here.
But like what I'm trying to get at right now is I feel like matter and down to the smallest grain of matter is energy. I feel like what we live in is everything is energy.
We need a
So
conclusion.
everything is already predetermined to happen,
That's
but
what my
by
dad
the
says all the time.
mindsets of multiple people.
So basically,
So
energy.
no. Yeah, everything is matter. Everything is energy. No, it's not predetermined because randomness is a thing, and it has nothing to do with minds or thinking about it.
Here's the thing: we only get this energy from God. God placed it there.
With what?
No, but the thing is, that's the thing. You like everyone else's belief on God is someone that did everything for you. I don't believe God is a someone. I believe God is an anomaly. That's the reason that we're here, an infinite anomaly, because
That doesn't make any sense.
consciousness, in my opinion, is infinite. Consciousness is matter.
Okay, we need to let some of the other people talk for a bit. So
How about this? So if the universe were to always exist in some form, it doesn't mean it always has the form that it does now that we perceive. But if the universe were to have always existed in the past and will always exist in the future, then there's no need for God to create it. And that's what I think. I think that there always has been some substance in reality. It's kind of necessary. There is something necessary in reality, logically speaking, and then it doesn't require some outside agent to create it.
Somebody in the comments said we don't know everything is moving. Well, actually, I think we do. So we know that like absolute zero is pretty much impossible because of vacuum energy. So I think we know for sure that all particles are moving.
So God made one thing and it turned into this.
God didn't exist. There was no God.
So TJump, would you agree with that idea that I just said about like kind of there always being an eternal necessary aspect of reality that isn't God, but it's like it's just kind of something structural that has to be there?
Yeah, I call it naturalistic pantheism. Quantum field would work. There's a natural part of the universe that's always existed that was not created.
That's some hella words I didn't understand.
Which ones?
All of them.
So naturalistic pantheism. Pantheism is the belief that the universe is divine or eternal or whatever. Naturalistic pantheism, as defined on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, is a view that there are no more ontological commitments than that which are endorsed by science. So it's just naturalism pretty much. So naturalistic pantheism is a naturalism view of the universe. And quantum fields are things that are essentially eternal and weren't created. That's essentially more or less the consensus in physics right now. And so that would be the foundation of reality. That was an uncreated thing that created everything else.
So Tom, like in quantum physics, the fields are like posts having space to work with. Like
Nope. No, they're not. That's wrong. Some fields do, yeah. Many fields, space itself is a field, so there are some fields that operate in space. It's not field doesn't mean space.
A field does need space.
No, it doesn't. There are many fields that are like virtual particle fields that don't have any space. Like no. Like the whole point of like the string theory is that there are many spaceless fields and things like space-time emerges from other fields. Like no, you don't need
emerge in space. I'm not saying that, but like
fields do not need to exist in space. That's false.
I mean, that's how they're defined.
No, it's not. That's literally not. Like there are many kinds of fields that don't exist in space. It's not a thing.
There aren't. I mean, if you could give me one, I would be interested, but
lots of them. So it's just
I think God exists.
Beyond space-time.
It depends
oh,
on
look.
what you mean by
I
God.
really don't know. I'm between yes and no at the moment.
It does depend on what you mean by God.
Well, big man upstairs here.
Like,
one day.
Like a big human being that created everything?
No. He's on that big word that I can't pronounce. And he's a mad one. And he was like, one day he was sat upstairs on his throne and just went bada bing bada boom, let there be light, and like big boy Earth turned up. And that's like dumbed down because I'm not exactly the smartest. I'm a bit thick if you can't tell. And I just think it's a bit more plausible than just a big boom in space.
But I mean, I think it's equally, if not more reasonable to assume that there just has always been something uncreated in existence that doesn't have like a will or like a consciousness or isn't really a being, that just kind of like changes form over time, like as time progresses.
But you got to understand, it's so unlikely that just out of nowhere, just matter just went bam all together out of nowhere, and they're just big boom. Like when that's how you think world started. That's like,
well, I'm not saying that the universe came literally out of like nothing or non-existence. I'm saying that there always has been some structure, some substance, like what TJump was talking about when he was talking about.
Yeah, one sec. So quantum field, group field theory. There you go. Quantum foam. There's your answer.
That one. I just don't like the idea of the Big Bang. I'm scared of Big Bangs, but like that one ain't quite right. Don't quite fit the criteria of like what's possible.
What doesn't?
Like
the Big Bang.
I like the idea. Like how on earth, yeah, did something come from like, alright, man knows his geography, yeah. Supposedly algae, yeah, was like the first thing that came on the earth, yeah, like living thing, and somehow that turned
algae.
into
Algae was not the first living thing. What? Bacteria, like single-celled organisms, were
but
close
like
to the first living thing.
Archaebacteria.
You get what I mean?
You talking about abiogenesis?
Something like that. And somehow that turned into Big Monkey, and I don't see that right. I think God was
okay.
Like,
so
here's Adam, here's Eve.
So Big Monkey is made of DNA. Algae is made of DNA. They're just different DNA, right? So if you take changes to the DNA, you can go from an algae to a human. And so if there's some process where there's repetitive changes to the DNA, you can go from an algae to a human. It's called evolution.
I don't like the idea that I'm a little green floaty thing.
No one cares what you like. Like reality is not. It doesn't care about your opinion. It's just reality.
Well, algae smell it.
Yeah, so are apes.
You just gotta.
So are you.
You just gotta go where the evidence shows you to go. Like evolution seems to be the most like reasonable thing that describes why we are the way we are right now.
But I can't swing from trees very well.
That's a you problem, not an evolution problem. You should practice swinging from trees.
When I was quite young, I went to church, yeah. Big pastor boy can't remember his name. He wore that funny like suit thing. He was telling like we had like that book, the Bible there, and we're reading it.
As
And,
opposed to the other books.
Yeah. It didn't
Is there a
seem to be
conclusion to
clear.
the story? What's the conclusion to the story?
I forgot you interrupted me.
Okay. Well, we'll give somebody else the turn to talk now. So, anybody else got any questions?
So I wanted to ask
thank you.
about with your objective morality, if that's okay.
Yeah, you don't have to ask if it's okay. Just ask the question.
So, sure. So I'm trying to understand because you have your objective morality, and would you say that the universe is ultimately moral or not moral or amoral?
I said there's a law
think
of
being
nature
gay is
that
immoral.
there's.
Hello,
I did move him to the audience. Don't let him back in. So I think that the universe is immoral, but there is a law of morality, like there's a law of gravity. So I can say, well, is the universe perfectly gravity? Well, no, because not everything is compacted together. So obviously gravity as a force isn't like completely taking over everything. So the law of morality hasn't completely taken over everything. Therefore, the universe isn't moral, even though there is a moral law.
And if it was to continue in this way, it could become moral?
Yeah, that's
to
the
a
goal.
perfect world standard?
Yep, that's what we're aiming for as humans. That is the goal of humans, is to make it a perfect world.
So here's where I'm a little bit wondering is when it has to do with the will, and we are talking about a determined world, could we have a possible world, a possible perfect world in which we don't have free will?
We don't need free will for anything. So will isn't the same as free will.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I understand that.
We don't need
if we're
free
talking
will.
about, yeah. So if we're talking about in a perfect world, you could do what you want, basically, right? You'd maybe have your own universe.
No involuntary imposition of will.
I'm just trying to understand how a perfect world would involve a will that's determined. Like,
I want ice
you would
cream.
do what you want, right?
Like immorality has nothing to do with free or determined. Like it's immoral to kill someone whether or not they're determined. Like if someone shot you, that would be immoral. It doesn't matter if you're determined or if you're a free will. Morality has nothing to do with free will. You don't need it for anything. Like your will to live is important regardless of whether or not it's determined.
In the case of, say, somebody wants to kill themselves,
that's fine. They can do so. It's not immoral.
Would that be based on maybe some? Would you say that in a perfect world they'd have better knowledge or something, more resources to say, I wouldn't want to kill myself?
No, not necessarily. Like they would have the access to it if they wanted to, but they could still choose to kill themselves. They could choose to turn off the feeling if they wanted to. Well, your question seems kind of incoherent. Like it doesn't matter. You don't need free will. It's as simple as that.
If you could turn off that feeling, that would be free will, I would think.
No, like you could have the option, like I have a feeling. I don't want the feeling. Turn it off. That's not free will.
Right. It's gonna be based on a reason.
Yeah. You can have reasons for things and do things for those reasons, and that can be determined by the reasons, and that's perfectly fine. It's still your will.
Well, let me wrap it up. Let me wrap it up this way. Based on the way that you come to your conclusion about objective morality, could we also do the same thing about will, like a objective will? Like eventually,
could we look at evidence? Like so mine is, we look at evidence, we look at the evidence of moral intuition and moral progress, look at how it changes over time and try to describe a principle that describes that pattern. I don't think you can look at a pattern and say will pattern. I don't think it works that way.
Well, yeah, I think if we had more resources and things, we would will to live. I think you could probably map that out.
We would will. I mean, many people would will to live. Sure, like most people would. I think it would be very few who would actually commit suicide, or maybe only after very long periods of time. Like maybe after living for 1 trillion years, someone's like, yeah, I want to experience what death is like, and they choose to kill themselves. Like that's perfectly fine.
Right, you get bored.
TJump, do you think if society were to accept that free will doesn't exist, like across the board, maybe not everyone, like, but most people accepted it, Do you think the only thing that really changes is like getting rid of retributive justice?
It
Or
does
do you
or
think...
doesn't exist. Except it does or doesn't exist.
I said doesn't.
Okay.
It does not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if we were to accept that it does not exist, what would change? Would retributive justice be the only thing that goes out the window, or would there be other aspects that change as well?
there would be tons of differences. So we wouldn't blame anybody. We wouldn't see people as blameworthy. We wouldn't see cops as heroes. We'd see them as a like necessary evil. We wouldn't see murderers or criminals as evil people who are deserving of punishment. We'd see them as victims as biology, which would be a huge improvement. We wouldn't see the criminal justice system as a way to punish bad people. We would see it as a way to confine people who are in need of help. We wouldn't see prisons as a way to punish. We'd see them as a kind of a therapeutic thing to cure people. We'd be looking for ways to cure criminality as a disease rather than treating it as some kind of an evil. There's lots of things that would change that would be for the better.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I guess I haven't thought about those consequences myself in that much depth, but yeah, I mean, everything you said makes total sense. Yeah, I think now that you've kind of like mapped that all out, it kind of seems like society would progress in a very moral, and like it would kind of shift ethics in a way, because you can't look at someone that doesn't have free will as someone that ultimately deserves punishment for something that they do wrong. You know, like we would try to fix them, we would try to help them, set them on a better like deterministic path than the one that they were on. But you can't just be like, oh, you deserve it, you're going to jail for the rest of your life.
Yep. We would find a way to cure them and just let them go. Once we could, every criminal, once we find a way to cure them, we would stop putting them in prison for X number of years for some crime. We just put them in prison until we can cure them.
So, TJump, in the progression of morality and moral intuitions over time, as you would use on a chart, right?
What?
Does that show that people want to be more moral? Does that have anything to do with it?
People want to be more moral?
Yeah, over time.
Sort of. I mean, people just
Given
are
the
more moral.
resources.
I think it's more that it happens whether they want it to or not. I don't know if they want to be more moral. It's more just their brains are necessarily open to being more moral.
Let's fuck God. Let's fuck God.
What?
Good luck with that.
What are you
Look,
talking about, bro?
Fucking immaterial mind.
Like, what did I just hear?
I guess I'm just trying to bring will into the picture in some objective way.
Will exists objectively.
Well, no, I know exists objectively, but what we would what we would want given, a perfect world.
Well, that's kind of the whole point of the way we assess different models of morality is we compare them based off what we would want or what we try to assess based on our moral intuitions and say, which of these models that we can conceive of seems better as far as we can tell. And I think that mine is probably the best one that conceptually that people can come up with. I don't think we can come up with a better one.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you on that. I feel like what we would want also is driving along with that, if that makes sense. Like if morality drove us to a perfect world, then the things that we would want would also be definable. It would be, determined. The things that we would want having to do with being moral.
You mean like, well, there would be like a generalization of what humans want, like no involuntary imposition of will or something, but every individual would want different things, and many would go against that. Like Hitler wanted to impose on wills. So, I mean, what each individual wants doesn't really work in that way. But maybe if you talk about like the collective of what humanity as a whole wants, kind of a thing, maybe.
Well, would it be able to progress towards a perfect world, and yet at the same time, everyone just so happens to want evil? Could we get to a perfect world of morality if everybody wanted evil, but they understood it? Like we all have a perfect intuition of morality now.
I mean, yeah, we could know the facts. We could know. Wait. Hold up. Stop. Darth, stop. So yes, it is possible that we all want evil, but we know it's moral, and so we choose to go towards a perfectly moral world, even though we want evil.
I'll have to keep thinking on that.
Okay.
So do you think
so-
that free will is a useful concept to talk about, as if it exists?
If what exists?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you think that free will is a useful concept to talk about as if it exists?
Well, I think it's a useful topic to talk about in the fact that other people think it exists. So therefore, it's important that we talk about it because other people think it exists. David Helbert, you're praying for a TJump mug? Like, you're going to have to take the R out of there and be paying. If you're paying for a TJump mug, you'll get a TJump mug, but praying isn't going to work.
So, TJump, do you think, based off of like how limited human knowledge is and our capacity to understand things, do you think that it's unjustified for us to make like ultimate metaphysical claims about like the nature of reality? Or like, or in other words, do you think we can't really like fully comprehend like the ultimate like metaphysical nature of reality, like as humans? Do you think we'll ever get there or no?
I think we will probably get there eventually, as long as humans last long enough. But I think that making claims like there is no God is reasonable because it's more reasonable to include it's like a figment of human imagination. But I don't think it'd be reasonable to claim the physical is all there is. I don't think that's reasonable. I think there could be other things that are not physical, and that's a reasonable thing to adopt. I don't think it would be reasonable to just say there's nothing but the physical. I'm sure there's more stuff out there that we don't know about yet.
So, like, what are you, a neutral monist then?
I don't use any of those terms. I think they're all stupid. I think using all those philosophical terminologies is kind of just a waste of time.
It just means that mind and matter, basically, that they're just all contained as one.
I think all those
fundamental physical
terminologies
substance.
are just a waste of time. It's like it's
Okay.
not worth it.
Okay, Tom.
So I feel like the desire to be evil has some kind of reason. There'd be some reason. And in the world we live in now, I can see that makes perfect sense. In a perfect world where morality is, say, actualized, whatever that means, what reason, what cause would there be for someone to want evil? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, just they happen to want it or something for emotional reasons. Like it's possible to want
It
things.
just seems.
But our wants,
it seems kind of random.
Our
at the
wants
point
don't
once
matter.
we're in
Our
a
wants are
moral world.
irrelevant. I mean, our wants are irrelevant. So, like, our wants don't make something moral. It's not moral because we want it.
Oh,
so
no, I
whether
know
or not-
that. But if morality drove us, and it's a determined, our will is determined by our
Well, if
environment and
morality
everything else.
determined everything we wanted, then yeah, that would make sense. But it doesn't. So it's not. Morality doesn't make everything, every one of our decisions.
In a morally perfect world, would it have to, though?
No. Morality just means no involuntary imposition of will. You can still have all the evil desires you want.
What would cause you to have an evil desire if it can't happen?
No, evil desires can happen. You just can't have your involuntary imposition on your will. Like your desires aren't evil. No desire is evil, no matter what the desire is. You can desire to kill everything. That isn't an evil desire as long as you don't actually like do it. So
Can
your
we
desires
have a
are
desire-
completely yes, your desires are completely unaffected by morality. Completely unaffected. Makes zero difference.
Okay.
I
Can
would
we
also
have a
say,
desire
go
for
ahead.
something that we are completely unaware of?
Possible, but we would still be aware of it. We can still be aware of all of those things, murder, rape, everything, can still be aware of it in this morality. Literally, in my model, everything you feel and think, you can still feel and think. There's no difference.
No, I get that. I'm talking about from the space of the perfect world.
In the perfect
in this
world, you can
perfect world
feel
now.
and think everything you are currently feeling and thinking. Literally no change there.
Okay.
I don't think like every decision we make like on a day-to-day basis has a moral weight. I think like there are certain like aspects of what we do that do have a moral weight, obviously, like whether or not we're going to hurt someone intentionally or refrain from doing that out of anger. I think but like on like a mundane everyday basis, a lot of our decisions are kind of just practical and they don't really carry like a ton of moral weight, if that makes sense, you know?
I mean, I kind of compare it to like gravity. So gravity means eventually everything would come together, but because like air is not going to go down because there's other stuff in the way, right? More dense stuff is in the way. It's not going to go down anymore. But that's kind of how I think of if it's morality is this pull. If there's an objective morality with any kind of a pull, then evil is in the way, if that makes sense.
Well, evil is only actions that impose on others. So all your desires are completely irrelevant here.
But if we eliminated that, though,
it would make zero difference to your desires. It would not affect any of your desires at all. It would just stop your ability to act on those desires to hurt others. So Hitler could exist in the best of all possible worlds. He would get his own planet. He just couldn't do anything to the Jews without their consent.
Okay.
So, jumping a little bit back, if it's okay with you, you talked about the material may not be the only thing that can exist.
Sure.
Do you think there is reason to believe that something mystical exists?
No, but it's possible. Like I never said there's reason to believe it. I just think it's possible. Like I think there's definitely a lot more to the world than what we know about.
So wait, TJump, are you saying are you saying materialism is not the basis to reality?
I'm saying the materialistic stuff we know about, and there could be other stuff that we don't know about. Like,
so it's possible for there to exist immaterial realities.
Yeah, there are above material realities or different uber natural, supernatural. There's lots of different possibilities there.
Okay, and so would you obviously categorize yourself as an atheist, correct?
Yep.
So you don't make the active claim that there is no God then?
That's perfectly reasonable to do. You can definitely say God does not exist. It's more reasonable to conclude it's just a figment of people's imaginations.
So how do you... Okay, so if I were to take something as a necessary being, would you make the claim that, or the active claim
Yeah,
that
it's just
there
your
does not
imagination.
exist a necessary being?
If by that you mean like a Christian God, yeah, I can definitely make the conclusion that's just your imagination.
Sure. So I'm specifically talking about a necessary being.
Well, you'd have to define
Would you
what you
make
mean
the
by that.
conclusion... Sorry?
You'd have to define what you mean by that.
Sure, yeah. So philosophically speaking, a necessary being is really an existence that just can't fail to exist. So it can't be any other way. If you say that there's contingency, then a necessary being would be the opposite of a contingent being. So would you make the active claim that a necessary being does not exist?
Again, it kind of depends. Like you can say that there are multiple, like reality, I think would be the only necessary being. Like that would be it. Anything other than that is a no.
No.
So how would you define reality?
That which exists.
So what do you mean? How is that necessary?
Because existence can't not exist, or at least as far as we know, it can't.
But it could have existed any other way.
Doesn't make a difference. Reality couldn't have not existed.
So yeah, so reality is contingent by definition.
No.
It would be because
No.
it can be any other way.
No.
So I mean, how you're not really refuting it, you're just saying no. Like how are you defining? So if reality is everything that exists, do you agree that part of that definition is contingent? Do you agree that there are contingent realities?
Yeah, there are contingent things. They're not contingent realities.
Okay, and
so again, this is
reality...
going nowhere. So no, your definition of necessary things are a philosophical concept. There's absolutely no reason to think there is such a thing. Reality itself, everything could have been otherwise. That's perfectly legitimate. There's no evidence of necessary things other than just reality itself. That's it. Fundamentally, nothing else can qualify as necessary.
So reality, would that be defined as a
everything that exists? I already covered that.
Yeah. So everything that
is there like a point? Do you have a point? Some kind of argument? Something?
Yeah. So I'm getting to it. what I'm trying to say here is that if reality is made up of contingent things, then reality itself would be contingent.
No,
which
that's
is
not. That's
not necessary.
composition division fallacies. That's false.
So I'm saying that when things are ad infinite, when things are made up or a composite of
You can have a set of
uh,
infinitely many contingent things, and that set is a necessary thing. That's perfectly fine. It's not composition division fallacy
okay, so how would it be necessary?
because it couldn't have been otherwise. So the fundamental nature of reality could be necessary and just randomly generate crap, and that's fine.
So okay, so it couldn't have been otherwise. Is that in existence or is that in a causal sequence? So because I think here's the
No,
dichotomy
it's
that
irrelevant. So
has to be
you can
made
have a reality, a necessary reality, which couldn't have been otherwise, which has some fundamental randomness proper to it that can randomly generate infinitely many contingent things.
Yeah, so I think that's where we're disagreeing because you're saying that a composite of contingent reality, contingent things, what in totality does not equate to a contingent reality. I'm
Yes,
saying
so
that
there could be a
exactly
necessary reality that makes contingent things. That's perfectly fine. So if all of the things in our reality are contingent, that doesn't mean that the collection, the sum total of everything, could still be necessary.
yeah. So I'm saying the dichotomy here that's
There's no
being made.
dichotomy. Like, there's no
So
point in anything you're
here's
saying.
let me explain it. So what I'm saying is that there's a difference between a necessary causal sequence and a necessary existence. They're two really different things. So you can say, for example, that the contingent set of all contingent things, it follows a necessary causal line, but you can't say that that causal line itself is a necessary existence.
Yes, you can. You can say both. Like, you just don't understand the philosophy here. So you can say both. Like, there's no point to what you're saying.
Okay, so you just stated that, but you haven't really displayed it, I guess.
No, you keep making these pointless
well,
assertions because you don't understand the philosophy. Yes, you can say either one.
I
Like,
haven't asserted anything.
you literally just said that you can't say that you can say it's a necessary
Well,
sequence, but the existence isn't necessary. That's just your bullshit. Yes, you can.
Contingency argument. So, Oz4, like, how do you pronounce your name? Oz4.
Yeah, you can just call me Oz.
Yeah. Okay. So, I do grant the premises in the contingency argument, and I hold that a necessary existence exists, but it's not God, and it's not what Tom said.
Who was Tom? Sorry.
TJump.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So I guess
So the necessary being would be that which cannot not exist.
yeah. So would you agree to that?
Sure.
So then you would agree that the total sum, the total set of contingent realities, or contingent things, if you don't like the word realities, itself cannot be explanatory of other contingent things. There has to be something outside of contingent realities to explain contingent
I
realities.
don't know why you would use contingent realities. You could just say outside of contingent existing things.
And the answer is
contingent.
The answer is still no. You can still have brute facts. That is a thing.
Sure. So I'm saying outside of contingent things, outside of contingent existences, the only way to explain a contingent existence or the total set of contingent existences is something outside of contingent existences.
Yeah.
Or they're a brute fact and they don't need an explanation.
Sure. So which means that if, for example, all contingent things are materialistic, the only thing that explains those materialistic contingent things itself is immaterial. Would you agree to that?
No.
So why would you not agree to that?
That's the premise I disagree with it, because there could be things that are physical but aren't contingent. There's no logical contradiction. That's the part in the argument, the premise, which I disagree with. Same with Canadian Catholics' argument.
How do you define physical in this case?
Something which is of a tangible source, is composite. Doesn't necessarily mean that if it's composite that its existence has to be contingent on the parts it has, because that would also be a composition division fallacy of some sort. There could be physical things which aren't contingent on other things for their existence, like non-temporal physical objects. That's conceivable. But temporal material things, yes, they are contingent.
Sure. Okay. So if I understand you correctly, and by all means you can correct me if I'm wrong, or if I understand you wrong, but you're saying that if there is a necessary being, or this necessary existence, it itself can be materialistic
Yes,
because
because of
because
the
mater-
because there's also this thing called the principle of proportionate causality, right? And the theists kind of use this in their argument, but if we went by the logic of that, where they say that which is in the effect must also be in the cause, well, what do you think follows from that? If the effect is the material universe, then going by that principle, the cause would have to be like a material object outside of the universe. So I'm just appealing to the principle of proportionate causality to say that there's one fundamental physical substance outside of the universe which is responsible for the existence of contingent material things.
so okay. So I guess here's a
Oh my
disagreement
God,
with
too
what
much
I'm having here.
pointless language here. Like, yes, the necessary thing, if there is one, could be a natural necessary thing like a quantum field, no problem. Or there could be a bunch of contingent things with no necessary thing, also possible.
Well, Tom, I'm just applying what you say,
Oh, no,
but
I'm critiquing him, not
in
you.
terms of responding to his argument in philosophy. So I'm just taking what you say and try to give like a philosophical
Yeah.
explanation of it.
I'm not critiquing you. I'm critiquing him. He's just making a bunch of pointless language which doesn't get anywhere.
Well,
The necessary
I
thing.
understand his language.
No, I don't. I know. I know what you're
from.
saying. I don't care. I don't want to listen to his pointless speeches anymore. Like, all of the language is pointless. The necessary thing can be a natural thing. You don't need any of this gibberish. Yes. There could be just contingent things, no problem. There could be a necessary natural thing, no problem. That's better than a necessary mind infinitely. There's no evidence a mind could ever be necessary. So yes, these are all better explanations than Christianity.
Yeah.
So
I'm not appealing to Christianity.
I think he's just for general theism here. I don't think he's
Yeah,
explicitly.
it doesn't.
Yeah, I get the point. Yeah.
Any mind god is a
Yeah.
waste of time. Any mind god is dumb. Natural thing, natural law, physical force, all better.
TJump, have you heard of the god gene?
The god gene, like genes that make you more
Yeah.
likely to believe in a god, kind of a thing.
Yeah. And I was gonna ask whether you think that it's basically materially determined whether one believes in God or not.
Yes.
And in that case, I would ask, what is the purpose of trying to have a dialogue with people who are genetically determined to
A
believe in
stupid
God?
question. So if people are determined by physical forces, that means that if you give them the correct information, you can change their mind. If they weren't determined by physical forces, then debating would be pointless. Debating only has value because they're determined by facts. So the whole point of debating is only valuable because people are determined by facts to some degree. If they weren't determined, that's what would make debating pointless.
Okay. But surely there
I
would be
like the question, by the way. I'm nicer than Tom today.
Yeah.
Sure. Darth, do you mind if I touch up on what you said earlier, or is that are we kind of moving away from that?
Yeah. No, you can.
Okay, then. So if I can respond, you said that there's really this necessary being. If you're granting it, you're saying there's no reason it can't be materialistic. So yeah, so I would just say that I would posit that it can't be materialistic because it's necessary. By definition, a necessary being is not dependent on external forces. So materialistic by definition.
No, so I think we're then at that point we're just operating on two different definitions of material. So if you're talking about the tangible substances that exist within space-time, and you just say that that's all material, then your argument applies, but that's just like wrong. That's just one narrow definition upon what a material thing could be. Like there could be material objects independent of space-time. Like space-time is not the only medium for physical substances to exist.
Well, you can
It's
just
like
say
saying like
there can be a
it's like
necessary
saying that
thing.
wetness
Wait. He said that
property is only contained within
something
water.
can't be necessary if it's contingent on physical forces. There can be a fundamental physical force that isn't contingent on other physical forces.
Right. There could be a fundamental physical object that isn't contingent on like some physical force. So, kind of like, yeah, if you say that all physical things have to be contingent upon prior physical forces, and I just think at that point you're just equivocating between the object, right, and the forces that surround the object. So no, I
Yeah.
reject
So
your premise.
sure. So what I'm appealing to is materialism under the philosophical definition, which is basically that it's essentially it's something which is causally dependent upon physical
No
processes.
one defines it that way. That's a made up definition. No one says
That's
that.
the philosophical definition.
No, it's not. So no one presupposes anything about its causation in materialism. It's just materialism just means stuff we can measure.
Right.
Okay. So here's what I would posit then. And I guess this would just be my last point. If it's materialistic in nature, then what would result is an infinite regress.
No.
Because to explain to have something as fundamental materialistically, um, you can always posit the question. If it's measurable, you can always posit the question: what caused that cause?
Yeah, and you can ask what caused God too, but it doesn't. That's begging the question. So there can be a necessary thing that's
but I mean,
uncaused. Wait, no,
but I
stop,
never used
stop,
the word
stop,
God, right?
stop. So you can ask the question, what was caused for anything, any necessary thing. You can ask, well, what caused that? You just be wrong. So the fact that you can ask the question isn't evidence that there actually is one. It doesn't lead to an infinite regress. You being able to ask a stupid question doesn't mean there's an infinite regress.
God, Tom. My God.
So TJump, I think okay, so I think you're being caustic for no reason. But here's
I
what
don't care
all
what
I'm
you
saying,
think.
right? Simply sure, but all I'm saying here is that if you're defining necessity and a necessary being as a being which can be any other way, then by definition it can't be subjected to external forces. It couldn't have changed any other way. That's what it's by definition.
Okay, and there can be
My
a physical thing like
response
that.
is that there is no logical contradiction entailed in one physical substance not being dependent upon prior physical forces, like that which is an atemporal physical object. So that doesn't apply. Like where is the contradiction entailed in what I just said?
So because when you say that it's a physical object, then you're saying it's essentially it's within this dependable causal relationship.
No,
And what
no
I'm
one.
trying to
That
say is
was
that
never.
if
He
it's
never said that.
materialistic,
He never said that. That's from your own dumbass definition. Now, where is the logical contradiction with a physical object existing outside of space-time that couldn't be a different way? Go ahead. Where is the logical contradiction?
May I just add something?
Yeah. So
This Tom guy, I think you should be more understanding and more patient with when talking to people because they're trying to explain something they're probably not, familiar on, and the least you can do is,
I don't give a shit. I'm not going to be more understanding.
because
No. Next
you
question.
want people to understand
No,
what you're
no,
saying,
no,
at least
no,
try to make
no,
it better so that they
no,
can understand.
no. I'm not interested in your advice. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm not interested in your advice.
So this
Okay.
is why
Do you want me to kick you? Like, shut up. So, where is the logical contradiction in a physical object existing outside of space and time that couldn't be different?
yeah. So what I'm appealing to here is that it's really just the definition of materialism for me.
Definitions
May
don't
just
make
be
ontologies. Your definition is just something you've made up. So where is the logical contradiction with an ontological thing existing, which is physical, which could not have been different and is not guided by natural forces? Definition, you
because if it
can't
was
say
being guided
definition.
by natural.
You can't say definition because definitions are things humans make up. So definition isn't a thing here. You can't use that as an objection.
But are you not appealing to a definition when you say materialism?
No, I'm appealing to an ontological thing. Is there an ontological thing which has the same nature as the physical stuff we interact with, which is outside of space and time and which can't change? Like, there's no contradiction here.
Are you
There's no
talking
definition.
about God?
No, we're talking about a physical object that could be necessary like God is.
Right. Okay. I see.
So yeah, so I'm really just having trouble understanding how you're understanding physical outside of time and space.
Well,
It's like,
everything in
do
physics
you
says that's the
understand
thing. So
apparent contradiction that
there's
I'm
no
coming forth
contradiction
with?
there. There's no that's literally the consensus in physics. Is space-time is emergent from more fundamental physical stuff. So you're not.
Yes, but what I'm trying to understand is how are you defining physical outside of
Your
space and time?
definitions don't matter. Physical is just the stuff we interact with, and the ontology of
for us
that
to
is
even-
the
for us
physical
to even
stuff.
have-
No. Listen,
Sure, but for us to
listen.
have a
Stop
for us to have
and
a
listen.
fruitful
Stop and listen, or I'm going to server mute you. Stop and listen. So, physical is just the stuff we can interact with. We don't know its ontology. Physical, as in the stuff we can interact with, whatever it's made of, is physical. We interact with it through math and predictions and stuff, and whatever it's made of is physical stuff. So, whatever it's made of could be fundamental and necessary. The fact that we define physical in the means that we have to access it through science is irrelevant. Our definitions have no constraints on its ontology. So you're making a conflation between the fact that we define it based off how we interact with it, as if that has anything to do with its fundamental nature. It doesn't. Nothing about our definitions of physical have anything to do with its fundamental nature. It's just about our epistemic means to access it.
Sure. Okay. And this is gonna be the last thing I say until I leave the server. All I was gonna say is, for us to have a fruitful discussion on this topic, we're gonna have to define terminology. If you want to say that that's semantical, and I mean, I can't really deal with that. But the point being, if it's physical, I can't see it being outside of space and time, because by definition,
That's a you
physical.
problem. No one defines
haven't-
physical that way. No one.
Okay,
The consensus in
Tom,
physics is that's wrong. No.
Tom. So the problem here, Oz, is that you're applying this definition, this conception that you have, and you're making it so that it encompasses all physical things that could exist, but that's obviously wrong. Like, there could be a physical object that exists, it's compositional, it's tangible, but it isn't impacted by prior causal forces. And so in other words, it would be necessary because it isn't dependent on anything else for its existence. So there's no logical contradiction there. There's no P and not P there. It's completely possible and conceivable that this thing could exist.
Outside of space and time?
Yes. So like I said, it's compositional. So the criteria for something being physical is that it's compositional and that's tangible, and that somehow it can relate to like natural causal relations, right? That's it. It doesn't also have to say that it has to do all those three things and be impacted by a prior physical force. That's just wrong. That's just, you've snuck in there in order to establish your argument, but no one has to accept your premise. That's the whole point.
Well, again, and the consensus in physics is that yes, there are physical things outside of space-time. That's the consensus in physics. So if that's your definition, you're just denying the consensus of physics.
Can I put my opinion in?
Sure, that's kind of what this is for.
Yeah. So like, ultimately, I do believe in a higher power. So like, if God were to exist, like, why would there be so much suffering in the world without like saying like there needs to be a balance? Like, I know a kid whose parents like died in a car crash, yet I still like unquestionably believe in God. And it's like, why does he let this suffering exist without, well, doing anything?
Because he's a bad god.
What? So I
These
don't know what
questions
you're
are-
going through. So I think the problem of evil is a good argument, but there's better variations of that argument that have been presented. Like how can a necessarily good being instantiate a world that allows for the possibility of evil? Because if it instantiates a world that allows for the possibility of evil, then that would be like a contingent property of goodness. Like it's not infinitely good because evil still exists. That's an even better formulation. Because if you say God is necessarily good, if you say God is necessarily good, then by definition he can't do anything that deviates away from his necessary goodness. And allowing for the possibility for evil would be one of those things.
What is good
Right,
and evil?
okay, but that still doesn't understand Like that still doesn't like answer why the fuck did my parents? What the fuck?
Oh my god. Why the fuck your parents gave birth to you? I don't know.
Hello?
The fetal alcohol syndrome, probably.
Yeah, somebody else got something to say?
All right. So I got
Sunflower.
something.
No.
Somebody was saying something. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you said that people are determined by facts. I'm not quite sure if I understand what that means.
Well,
'Cause,
people are determined by reality, like things in reality which can be described by facts.
Sure, but reality is purely material.
Yeah. So we're determined by material things which can be described by facts.
Sure, but the point that I was making is that there might be people with brains who are materially determined to believe in God no matter what they encounter.
Well, that would be false because if they're materially determined, as long as we zap them in the right place, then they won't believe in God anymore.
Sure, but you can't zap them in the right place.
We definitely
That's just-
can with an electrode.
Well, sure, but then you would have to change.
Well, like is
the
your argument that there might be people who are determined who can't change their minds, therefore we shouldn't debate or something? Like, because if the fact that there's a small percent chance that some people can't change their minds is irrelevant, since we've demonstrated there are many people who can. So if the vast majority can change their minds, then there's good reason to debate.
No, not really. I'm just sort of questioning whether it is. Well, I'm just referring back to the book, The God Gene, and I was wondering if some people are determined sort of to believe in God, or some people are determined not to believe in God. Then, and some people are perhaps determined to be agnostic. Then, really, how does one really solve the problem? I mean,
Because they're not. Like, the vast majority of people aren't, so it's irrelevant. Like, could a minority of people be determined and unable to change their minds? Yes. Do we care? No, because most people can change their minds. That's why there are so many atheists.
Yeah, Platonic love, I think your conception of determined is that, it sounds like you are understanding discernment as of birth, the belief system that someone has is determined at that point in time. And I don't think that TJump is thinking about the same concept of discernment. I don't think it's probably he's more like subscribing to a process that is determined, like from a previous existence of matter or material in the world, and a process that's running on that.
Well, by determined, he
The
means
outcome
can't be
determined.
changed. That's what he means. And, well, they can be. Like, the fact that some people might be determined is irrelevant, since we've demonstrated the vast majority of people aren't. We know the vast majority of people aren't determined because we've changed people's minds. That's why there's so many atheists. So hypothesizing that some people might be is irrelevant.
I feel like there would have to be a biological study in order to, or a neurological study in order to find really a conclusive answer to that question.
People change their minds. That's the conclusive answer. We know for a fact that people change their minds. That's why there's so many atheists. We have a conclusion answer already.
Against God. So that's a weird phrasing. No, I just say God doesn't
There is
exist.
no proof that he is real.
Correctamundo.
I don't think that's right. The point.
Do you believe in the science?
Oh no, here we go.
Yes.
No, I believe that there are good philosophical reasons to reject God's existence. That's what I
Are there?
believe. Like
How have
all
you
the
came to that
arguments, all the
conclusion?
arguments that theists have presented, not only today but in the past, for God, have all failed because they contain faulty premises, non sequiturs, relying on defining things into existence. They've all failed, as I view it.
Right.
It's pretty easy to define things into existence. It's also
Bible
easier
bashing.
to define them out of existence. So, anyone want to present a good argument for the existence of God that doesn't fall prey to the things that I was explaining earlier?
I believe that so well, I don't know how I put my point across without sounding like a weirdo. You know?
You can sound like a weirdo. It's fine. We get lots of those in here.
See, I'm just quite
Listen, dude.
confused on the terminology you're using to describe God right now, and it's just a bit confusing for my brain. Sorry.
So are you saying like how are we defining God in this debate in general?
Yeah, you're using quite big words that
So
my
the general
brain.
theme is that TJump and I and others on here, we reject the existence of a mind outside of space-time, or in other words, like what we
Okay.
understand to be the observable universe. We hold that that doesn't exist.
Right. Okay.
Anything else?
I think Thoughty Poop keeps on wanting to say something. You should add him back.
Footy poop. Yeah, no, he really wants to spread his.
He
voice
started
on this.
crying. He started
Yeah.
crying because of you guys.
Yeah, and
Because
like,
you
telling
actually
him to
told him about how something about his parents.
Yeah, his parents'
Which is-
dog's friend died in a car accident.
So no. Beside from that, you said something about his parents, which
Okay,
it's
can we get
just a
back to the
bit
topic? Can we get
disrespectful.
back to the topic?
Can we get
God.
back to the
Yeah,
topic?
just Adam. He wants to debate about it.
Yes, he just
For real.
wants to speak. I'm sorry to.
Like, just look
So,
at main
oh
stage.
my God.
Everybody will
getting
get their turn
total
eventually. Just
man.
bring up an argument or something. Like, stop asking to bring other people to the stage. Bring up an
Do
argument.
you think there's any point in philosophy whatsoever?
Entertainment
Yes.
value.
No.
But surely
Well, that,
philosophy is interested in. Well, there's this term called armchair philosophy, but argumentation, a scientist would argue, does not change reality.
Yeah, so Anti-Citizen X just made a really great video on philosophy, which never makes progress. It's just thinking about thinking, so it's mostly just articulation and speech practice. It doesn't really do anything for the world overall. Like, scientists don't care about philosophy. They don't ask philosophers for help with anything. It's just practice and rhetoric. That's more or less the only value it has. And you can make YouTube channels.
Well,
How can
another
that-
thing
how-
another thing about philosophy is thinking about problems which appear to that haven't been solved yet, like hard problem with consciousness. That's something that I've been scratching my head over for quite some time.
No, but
It's what. I'm sorry.
Well, do you think that adds any value to philosophy? Like, I don't think the fact that they think about it adds any value to the problem.
Well, okay, but
Thing is, if you believe in God, how is there a man in the sky?
I'm not taking this from a point of utility. I'm just taking it as a point to how do we arrive at the truth.
Well, do you think philosophy could ever do that? Because I don't think it can. I think it's totally useless when it comes to that. I think the only option is science is the only thing that can get us there. And so I don't think that philosophy really has any value other than just rhetoric and entertainment.
I think science is useful, but I don't think it's the only medium for which we can establish evidence for. It's
or like
it's
to
not
solve.
the only domain from which all truth can derive from, basically.
I think it's like the only reliable one. I don't think philosophy gets us anywhere. That's why I don't think there's any progress in philosophy. So I don't think philosophy can be used as a means to get to truth, just as a means to get to better hypotheses. I think that's all it really does.
Okay. I guess just novel testable predictions win over conceptual analysis then.
Yeah, like that's why we can get them to better hypotheses with that, and then we have to do something in addition to get there. But I don't think philosophy on its own is going to get us anywhere.
Okay.
So
Anyone
are you
else
claiming that
want to talk about God?
Are you saying that philosophy never has been useful or is not useful anymore because it's not adding new value?
I don't think it's ever been useful. I think it's never made progress. It's all science that makes progress. I mean, maybe it was useful before science.
Sorry,
So
what's
do you
not
think
useful?
Philosophy.
Philosophy.
It's just for fun.
Right,
so do
okay.
you think that our learning about morality, for example, and you know, maybe formal logic, that those kinds of things can be
Not really, no. Like scientists don't use that for anything. It's mostly just fun conversation stuff. Like if
well, the
morality can be
criterion for useful.
applied in politics, that yeah, if we can apply the ideas in politics, maybe.
Yeah, I think we do that all the time, right?
No, politicians don't listen at all to philosophers. They don't care at all. And I mean, there's not like if there was a consensus in philosophy that we could go to where they'd actually make good progress and had a consistent means to differentiate good and bad philosophy that could be used, then maybe. But that's definitely not ever been the case.
So how about the Enlightenment and the liberal arisement of liberal?
That did not come from
politics?
philosophy. That came from economics mostly.
So that is not philosophy in your mind, or?
No, I think that
How
there's
old are
different
you
fields.
people?
Does that matter to anything related to the topic?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it's Darth
It
Dawkins
does.
with a voice changer. I'm 22. Tom is
Who was a voice
12.
changer?
50 years old.
I'm 12. Shut up.
Who was a voice changer?
Darth Dawkins.
Wait, what? You lost me on that one.
You know how Darth says, "How old are you?" Right, and this person
Oh,
also said it.
gotcha.
I just feel like from her asking how old you was, I think her point that she was trying to make is that a lot of the time younger people have a different view from older people. So, you know, sometimes age can be a good thing to ask.
I don't think age matters at all. I think that young people can be very smart, like the 12-year-old I debated that one time, and old people can be very stupid, like most of them. So I don't think age matters at all. It's just a number, and your argument is good or bad independent of your age.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Frank, what's up?
I have a question about morality. Do you think morality is a useful term at all?
What?
Not some people like Sam Harris think that morality can be scientifically explained.
I think the concept of morality is useful in that it can cause people to act, but I don't until we can actually demonstrate it. It's not going to be good until we can like get it to actually work as a social hierarchy. What else? Anybody else got a question?
Because I feel like morality is a purely philosophical term that has nothing to do in science.
Yet, that's the yet thing is the thing we're going for. Is hopefully it will be scientific. Anybody else got any questions? And there's a bunch of people. Go ahead.
Can somebody explain the heart consciousness problem?
Oh. That is going to get into a long discussion.
Well, the hard problem of consciousness is the fact that there's no way that we can think of that physical stuff can generate conscious experience. That's the hard problem of consciousness. We can't think of it.
Why not?
Because we haven't thought of it yet. I mean, we don't know how to do it. That's why it's the hard problem. If we knew why, then it wouldn't be as hard of a problem. Platonic, we can hear your background noise. Like we can hear people speaking.
I heard that Jack Angry is a Mysterianist about it. They says that it could never be solved.
Yeah, I think that's always a dumb position to take.
Yep.
Could it have been a mutation, maybe? I don't know.
So I always thought that the emerging property explanation of like it's emerging from the neural networks in your brain is answering this. But isn't that the case sufficiently?
That's what we think consciousness is, but we haven't actually proven that that can generate consciousness. That's just the best evidence we have yet.
Okay, so the way to prove that would be to discover similar species, but lacking consciousness. Suppose that we could prove that, and then we could discover, for example, part of the brain missing or something like that.
No, we need to literally generate consciousness somehow, and after we generated consciousness, we need some way to actually experience the consciousness. So the problem is how, even if we like generated an AI which was conscious, how would we know it was conscious? We would just have to use induction, just like I can't know your consciousness 100% certainty. So the hard problem is essentially how do we demonstrate another consciousness with our consciousness?
I'll think about it more, a little bit more.
So to answer the question, as far as I'm concerned, I have nothing to come to the understanding that God does exist. How can God existence be demonstrated?
Well, you could, novel predictions would do it.
That would predict the existence of a God?
Yeah, like you say, if God exists, he will give me a gold brick. God, please give me a gold brick. He gives you a gold brick. That would be good evidence of a God.
Oh, okay. Has that ever happened?
Not that I know of.
Hey,
But Tom, personal experience.
Hey Tom, so like what if Jesus had given the apostles the ability to walk on water, like for future generations? Do you think that would have been a novel testable prediction right there?
Sure, like if God's real, he'll let us walk on water. Our genealogy walk on water. Our genealogy can walk on water now. Yeah, that's a good prediction.
Does barefoot water skiing count as walking on water?
Ask the Jesus fish. Maybe the Jesus fish is good evidence of water. Jesus lizard thingy.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why Jesus just didn't give them the ability to like do some sort of miracle to prove themselves. I don't know. That would have made it easier.
I don't think it was about that, Tim.
Tim?
I don't think it was really about like proving anything. Like, you know,
Well, I think it was. I think that was literally the whole point of the resurrection. But it's just fake, a fake story. That's probably why.
I'm pretty sure it's for like, you know, like sins or whatever, like repenting their sins or whatever. That's why he died on the cross. Wasn't that like the exact reason why he went down to earth? Like, you know.
No, he could have done that for heaven. So why did he come to Earth? Why did he like build a human body and talk to people and do all that? He could have just come to Earth, tripped on a rock, died. Like,
People believe like you that you know he's yours. Oh,
yeah, he could have done all that from heaven.
make people believe that he's real.
No,
How
like
can you do that?
cured all sin. He could have cured all sin from heaven. He didn't need to come to Earth. He didn't need to spend like 30 years here. Like all that was kind
God
of a waste
didn't
of time.
come to Earth.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus and God are two different things.
Well, I mean that depends on what your religion is.
Jesus is
That
fully
depends on what you
man
believe.
and fully God, according to Christian theology.
Well, it depends.
100% man, 100% God.
And
fully
100%
man, fully God.
and
Different
100%
beliefs for
ghost.
different Christians.
That's a
Well,
lot
you
of
guys
100%.
don't understand because what Jay Dyer says is that partialism, right? Like God the Father, that's 1/3 of God. God the Son, that's 1/3 of God. God the Holy Spirit, that's 1/3 of God.
Does he really say that? That's hilarious.
Yes, you add those together, you get 3 out of 3. Divide that, you get 1, right? Trinity
I don't
solved.
understand.
Isn't that a
It's called
heresy?
it's called partialism. Yeah, it's also Craig's view that each member of the Trinity is 1/3 of themselves.
Isn't that heresy?
Yes, it's considered heretical by Orthodox Christianity.
Well, yeah, I mean every denomination considers every other denomination heretical. So.
Every other
That's true.
denomination considers every other doctrine and every other denomination heresy. Like how divine simplicity and essence energies distinction, right? They're at conflict with each other. So the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox, they're just calling each other heretics all the time.
Well, partialism makes the most sense to me. So.
What? They're all
Three
the
parts
same
of a God.
person. They're all the same person, but they manifest in different forms, guys. Okay, no contradiction.
Flying Spaghetti Monster clearly makes more sense.
Anyone else? Oh, we got Mr. White in the audience.
Is that a famous
not
person?
Mr. Black. That's racist. How do we have Mr. White but not Mr. Black in here? Mr. Orange. Mr. Orange was here last week. That was when I was portraying myself as Donald Trump.
Oh, you can do a good Donald Trump impression?
Yeah. I
would
won't do
love
it
to
right
hear it.
now because that's embarrassing.
That's fine. But I would definitely want to hear it.
Yeah, maybe later. Hey, TJump, have you considered doing a political debate again?
Yeah, somebody would just have to set it up.
Okay. Capitalism versus socialism. I'm taking the capitalist side.
Yep.
I'm taking the Stalinist side.
I was trying to get Pogan to do a debate with him.
No, Pogan is so dumb. No.
Not Pogan?
No, he did horrible against Destiny. Jack was way better. You should debate Jack. Yeah, Jack.
Again, Angstreich?
Right. No, this time about Marxism. He knows a lot about Marxism. In that debate that you had with Jack, it just seemed like he was arguing that if idealism is possible, then idealism is true. Like some sort of like ontological argument that he gave for idealism.
Yep. I think he was just phrasing it badly, because the argument is supposed to be that if it's possible for two physical objects to share all physical properties, but have some non-physical difference, then physicalism is false. That's essentially the argument, is what it's supposed to be. I mean, obviously that'd be trivially true.
Yeah, but he's not even. He's, as I understand, he's like a property dualist. I know you don't like those words, but that's what he is. He's a dualist, not a idealist.
Hey Tom, you remember your debate with James Anderson or whatever? You know who I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Khalil said that you said in that debate that truth doesn't exist. So I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Truth doesn't exist. Truth is a property of sentences.
Oh, okay.
Property
That's
of
what I thought. That's what I
propositions.
thought you meant.
Yeah,
That's what I
basically.
thought. But I don't know. You said truth doesn't exist. So. Anyway.
Truth doesn't exist. Truth is not a thing. Truth is a property of sentences. It's like if the sentence describes reality.
But I just when he said it, I was like, what do you mean by like doesn't exist? Like it doesn't correspond to anything, like, you know, like in that sense.
Definition of truth to you, TJump.
That which truth is a property of sentences, and if they correspond to reality, like so, it's like if a sentence describes reality, it's true.
No, it's obviously that truth is that which comports with the mind of the Christian God. So if God is unchanging, that's only because God decided to be that way, right? Oh my God. That I don't know, but the Darth Dawkins is like my favorite real life cartoon character ever.
Real life cartoon character.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's just like a comic book villain.
Yeah, if anybody wants to become a stage mod, host stages, Join the Patreon $5 level, and you can join stages and create stages and host them whenever you want on this Discord, in case anybody's interested. All right.
If someone donated 40, would you give them admin?
No, because admin is risky.
Okay.
I've been getting people like constantly DMing me, asking me like, "Oh, can I become a stage mod and all that?" You know.
Just say Patreon $5. Yes.
Yeah.
No problem. No problem.
I don't have dollars.
So
Luckily,
$5 should be nothing.
Patreon works in all different currencies.
That's not my currency.
Yeah, Patreon works in all currencies, so you can just use whatever
Yeah.
currency you want, and it'll convert it automatically.
Like, I'm assuming you're.
I'll
So
think
you can
about it.
use euros if you're from. I'm presuming you're from the UK. So
Yeah, pounds.
pounds.
Is
Yeah.
should it be concerning that the possibility anybody becoming a stage can kind of wreak havoc on the server?
No, because stage mods, all they can do is like host stages and move people up and down. So they're not. If they're admins, then they could wreak havoc on the server. Stage mods, all they can do is annoy people.
Oh, okay. They can hold a topic that's quite annoying and not necessarily draw attention and cause. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
That would actually be a good thing. So if you host stages that are really annoying and annoy people, that'll bring lots of people to the stage. So go ahead and do that. Host annoying stages, as long as they don't break the terms of service.
Yeah, I wasn't
It beats
intending
for you.
to do my. Yeah.
I'll check.
So why are you singing? Stop.
I'm singing, please.
Higher than the current topic.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'll check on them. I'll be like.
I just wanted to brighten
check
the
on 'em.
mood because it feels like kind of an angry atmosphere right now.
No.
Talking
Not
about
really.
Patreon.
It's just Tom. Tom doesn't.
It just
doesn't have
feels
time
like
to waste.
whenever I speak, it feels like I'm being silenced because everyone says such big words. Really.
No, not really. Like we're not talking about like that one word which you can't pronounce. It's like
What?
Anti-disestablishmentarianism, deoxyribonucleic acid.
Why do you use philosophy of language?
Brobdingnagian.
You said the property of sentence.
Brobdingnagian. See, we're not talking about Brobdingnagian. That would be a word that you like go, huh?
Like, what do you mean by reality corresponding to the property of sentences? That sounds like language philosophy.
That's backwards. So sentences corresponding to reality, not the other way around.
Yeah,
But
reality
what do you mean
can
by
correspond back to the statement.
The sky is blue.
The statement is,
it is
true if it describes something in reality, like the sky being blue or 2 + 2 = 4.
Wait,
It's
but
true
you
if it
said truth doesn't
describes-
exist.
Truth doesn't
What?
exist. Truth is a property of sentences. So if the sentence does describe reality, then the sentence is true.
Pardon?
Well, that sounds like language philosophy to me,
No.
No.
or logic.
The Earth is round. Is that a true statement? Do you consider that a true statement? I hope so.
No, it's not round.
Oh God.
Spherical.
I mean, it's not entirely round. It's not spherical
Oh
either.
my
because
God.
Being
it has a lot of
pedantic, pointless,
Ask
pointless,
yourself,
pedantic,
ask
dumb,
yourself.
dumb,
Look.
pointless, pedantic.
Look,
Well, it's true.
look, the statement is true if it corresponds to something that can be observable in reality or some feature in reality. That's the whole point that TJump is saying.
So if there were no sentences, there would be no truth. Luckily, there are
Yeah.
facts that describe reality,
No,
but to
that's
say the
not
fact, you're gonna have to make a sentence, and then the sentence is gonna have to describe reality. Then there's gonna be a truth.
Hey, Darth. Speaking about pedantic, don't you just love ask yourself?
Oh no, I hate that guy. I want to hit him with a crowbar.
Gaspar has totally turned into an AY.
Yeah. Well, honestly, he's been wanting to talk to you again about yesterday. So if you're willing,
Yeah, I mean, I'm always willing. I don't care.
okay. Because he like messaged me and he's like, "Oh, like this Tom guy, like what is he talking about?" Anyone else want to argue for God? The thing about AY is that he thinks he has a model for cross domain induction. He says that at the beginning and at the end, or like the middle, he says, "No, I don't have a model."
I have no idea what you're referring to there.
The debate that you had with him and Avi on cross domain induction.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah, that's just they did horrible there.
yeah they did. That was pretty dumb.
Anyone else? Oh, what? Why do we thoughty poop? Okay.
Yeah,
Sock Crowler. We have the best names here.
Hello.
Thoughty poop.
He's saying that it won't let him speak, so
ask him if he has push to talk on.
All right,
or
it
if,
might
like,
be
his
it
mic
might
is
be he
muted.
just created like there's a time limit you have to create your account. Like, is it what 10 minutes or days or something before you can speak?
He was talking earlier, so that's not the issue.
Oh, okay. I haven't muted anybody, so it's not me.
Check if ask him to check his Discord input, or maybe he's on push to talk.
I mean, he just needs to leave and join again because that does happen a lot.
Probably not the issue.
So, why do humans find things beautiful?
Evolution. I actually posted a video in my response to Braxton Hunter talking about the professor who wrote a book on the evolution of beauty.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do animals find things beautiful?
Yes,
How do we know though?
because we're animals.
Oh, so other
Well, we're
animals than us.
intelligent animals.
Well, like
What-
other animals.
Yes, other animals also find things
Non-intelligent
beautiful.
animal.
Well, I mean, so everything we can do, other things can do too. Like we're just doing it better. Morality, other animals are moral, other animals feel beautiful, other animals feel love and compassion.
How would we know that other animals feel the same as us, though?
Because we've
We've
tested
been
it in a
able to
lab.
measure culture in dolphins.
Well,
And
there's lots of
whales
things.
have-
We've
like,
measured
what are those
empathy,
lots?
we've measured compassion, we've measured love.
How have we measured those things?
You can Google it. Like one of the things was the
Observations.
Well, no, we can like measure their brain activity, and when they feel sad, when they lose someone, or when they feel loss, grief. Like you can show that they feel this, that they're feeling depressed by the neurological release in their brains when like their master dies for dogs, or when sibling dies, or when kid dies, or whatever. We can show that their brain is releasing the same depressive chemicals that we do.
It's also been observed, like whales have carried around their dead offspring, and elephants mourn for a loss. It's just
Yeah, but the
it's
observation might just be coincidental. Like they might just think they're alive or whatever. But since we can actually like show in their brain that they are actually feeling depression, that's better evidence.
Yes, I agree.
Do they have gods?
No. Well, I don't remember. I think there was something about monkeys creating religions. I don't remember that though.
Why do we, from an atheist standpoint, why are we the only ones that have gods then?
It's just a complex. It's like a complex anthropomorphization. So other animals have like can see mirrors and think it's another thing. Just like when we see a sound in a when we see like us rustle in the bushes or whatever, we think, oh, it could be a lion. Animals do the same thing, so they anthropomorphize things too. We just make bigger anthropomorphizations. So that's all a god is just making an anthropomorphization of saying, oh, there's something there. I'm going to say it has a mind. So animals do that. They just don't have complex terms for it like God.
I don't really understand how you can use morality, love, or empathy in a scientific manner. Those are, to me, those just philosophical concepts.
They're literally neurological states. Like we can know exactly which neurological state it is and how to cause it and how to disable it in the brain. And so we can say, oh, do animals feel this too? Yes.
Sure, they feel the same thing, but that's
That's
not
all it
love
is.
or
It's
empathy.
literally a feeling. So love, empathy, compassion, those are feelings in the brain.
So, do animals have thoughts the same way we do, TJump, or is it different? Like,
Yep,
what do
pretty
you
much.
think? Okay.
And they're not as complex, but yeah, pretty much.
Doesn't like complexity like make it so like, you know, that's what's similar? Like if it's not complex, then it's not very similar to what we're thinking, right?
No, it's the same thing. It's just more of it.
Morality simply doesn't exist in science because it presupposes good or bad.
No, that's wrong. So morality definitely exists in science. Like most philosophers are atheists, and most philosophers believe in objective morality. So you don't need to like presuppose some non-physical thing. Like morality is a product of evolution in most scientific realms.
Yeah, but that's just a sentiment.
That's all of the evidence.
There's no
So
such thing as morality in the sense that there's a universally determinable morality. So I don't understand why the word morality would be used in a scientific sense. It's just a
evolution.
sentiment.
It's evolution. It's been proven to
Yeah,
be
sure.
exist in evolution. So yeah, evolution
But
does.
wouldn't it
So
be
morality does exist in
yeah,
science.
but it's just a symptom of evolution.
Doesn't make a difference. It
It's
still
not.
exists. So morality just means the feelings that we have for what is right and wrong. Those exist, and those have an explanation in science, which is evolution. Like, so
Sure, but if morality are simply feelings, then it's not a morality anymore.
no, it's still morality. Morality, whatever is causing the feelings, is morality. It may not be like an objective ontology of morality, but that's irrelevant. So science definitely acknowledges morality exists.
No, because that doesn't make any sense because morality are feelings. Feelings are not morality.
Feelings are literally morality. Morality literally is feelings. So morality, the word morality
what I'm
refers
saying
to our moral intuitions. That is what morality is, our moral intuitions.
No, what I mean is moral intuitions are feelings.
Yes, and
But
that's fine. That's
feelings,
morality. Congratulations. Morality now exists in science. They're the feelings. Good job.
Calm down.
no, because you can't just say they're synonymous to each other.
You don't understand how basic science works. Science starts with there's a phenomenon, and that phenomenon refers to this thing called morality. And whatever is causing the phenomenon is the thing. You don't get to say, oh, real morality is, oh, it's only if it's objective. Like, no, that's you making shit up. Real morality is whatever's causing the feelings. If it's subjective evolution, then that's what morality is. You don't get to say it's a no true Scotsman. It's not real morality because I presuppose morality is this way. Like, you don't get an opinion.
But science does not really deal in opinions. Morality is a philosophical
No, it's a phenomenon.
word,
It's an
not a scientific.
objectively measurable phenomenon that exists, which is our feelings.
Yeah, but you can
I've
measure
already
our feelings.
debunked you on this like multiple times. Morality, even if it's just a product of evolution, exists as a product of evolution, and science admits it. So yes, you're wrong. I'm right. Morality is acknowledged in science, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
Repeating
so
yourself is just going to be me telling you you're wrong again. Move on. Next topic.
if you're saying that morality is
Next
simply,
topic. I've already debunked you enough on this. Next topic. Anybody else got a question?
Stop debunking him, tell him why he's wrong, and like explain it.
I just did. I've already explained it like 10 times. Next topic.
well, I don't think you've explained.
I
it
don't
at all.
care. Like, I know you're not going to get it, but you're going to be wrong and you're going to continue to be wrong. So next
How do you know if
topic.
he's not gonna get it if like you haven't actually tried?
I've literally explained it. Anyone who brings this up again is going to get fucking kicked out. Next fucking topic.
You got chill out. Getting way too heated.
You guys hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, TJump. I actually have a question about like necessitarianism.
Okay.
Do you think that it's possible, or do you think like quantum indeterminacy or like something like that rules it out?
Depends what kind you're talking about. Like if you're talking about necessitarianism in the view that literally everything is determined, then yes, quantum randomness would debunk that. If you just mean that there's no free will kind of necessitarianism, then even randomness wouldn't allow for free will. So yes, it does debunk the idea that literally everything is perfectly determined.
Right, yeah. From what I understand, isn't necessitarianism like even stronger than determinism because it claims that like metaphysically like all facts are necessary. So like
Yep.
yeah, like so literally nothing could have ever been different. The whole causal chain of the universe had to be the way it was. So
Yep.
like yeah, that would definitely rule it out. Yeah. Also, have you ever delved into like the philosophy of time, like eternalism versus presentism, and like what's your take on that?
That no one has any idea what they're talking about, and we should leave it to the physicists.
Okay.
That is essentially my view on all of philosophy, is that people are just making stuff up. They have no idea what they're talking about. Leave it to the scientists who can actually make predictions.
What do you think philosophy is useful for in general?
Entertainment and rhetoric
Entertainment.
skills. Yep. Coming up with
It can
interesting
probably
hypotheses.
it can probably like help you like learn how to think about problems too, right?
No, not necessarily. Like some of it possibly, some of it definitely makes it worse. So philosophy's until there's like actually a way where philosophy demonstrates this is the correct way to do philosophy, then no. Because there's lots of philosophers, like some of the best philosophers in the world right now, like Alvin Plantinga, have argued that it's perfectly reasonable to believe in God for absolutely no reason, and that makes it justified. So no, philosophy doesn't make it easier to think unless you get the right one, coincidentally.
Yeah, those are really good points.
Do you think Blantinga is one of the better apologists?
Well, I mean, it's not like there's a huge. It's not like he's competing with much.
What about Craig?
Same thing. I mean, like Frank Turk is one of the best apologists because most of them are terrible.
Oh, but he's pretty terrible himself.
I know that's kind of the point, is that they're all so
Yeah.
bad that I mean, it's not hard to be one of the better apologists.
I think Dr.
I was thinking of changing my name and profile pic to BS Lewis because I thought it was funny.
What would your picture be?
C.S. Lewis when he's like looking like directly at the camera.
Oh, okay.
And he's got like a newspaper in his hand.
That would be funny.
I used to think that guy was a genius when I was a Catholic. I was like, yeah, this guy's arguments are indefeasible.
Oh, that Jesus one, liar, legend, or Lord, right?
The argument from desire. Have
What's
you
that?
heard of that one? If people desire God and there's some like supernatural explanation for that desire, then God best explains that supernatural explanation, therefore God exists.
Yep. Have you heard the
Hey,
argument for
who's
many
the-
arguments? There's a paper on it online. The argument for many arguments, absolutely hilarious. It's just saying, if it, like one of the sentences in the argument is, if we grant all of Plantinga's like 24 ways or whatever, then there's evidence for God. Like, wait a minute.
You guys know the name of that banana guy? What's his
Ray
name?
Comfort.
Ray Comfort.
I think he's great. I think he's great.
Bananas. They have been designed so perfectly for the human thing. Look at the curve. It even has a tab. You can like, pull the tab, and it's designed perfectly for the human mouth. Like you just go in and out with a little hand motion. Hilarious.
I would love to get Aaron Raw to do an AMA, honestly. I think
That'd be hilarious. Aaron Roberts is Mr. Batman. Oh, that would be
No.
insane.
I remember hearing Aaron Ross say on a debate that Nephilim Free is like one of the people that he'll never debate.
Well, Nephilim Free is an idiot, so he's justified in saying that. Guy literally says evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics.
That's crazy.
What
Would he-
about an AMA with inspiring philosophy? Do you know who that is?
I've debated him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Inspiring
he's better. He's better. He's
Wait,
good.
you've debated inspiring philosophy?
No, he's not good. He's better. He's not good. Like the digital physics. I think he debated Tom, like
Yep.
on the digital physics argument. Yeah.
Long time ago.
Horrible
NW Backcountry. What is my position on free will? Free will is impossible. I don't think free will is logically possible.
Why?
There's a whole video on quantum indeterminacy, so called debunking materialism. This takes so many things out of context.
The reason I think it's impossible is because everything is either done for reasons, in which case it's determined, or it's done for no reason, in which case it's random. Neither of those things gets you free will.
Do you guys think it's possible that like after we die, like we could like our consciousness could pop back into existence as an entirely different being, or do you think like that's just it, like the end?
Well, it's possible. I just don't think there's any reason to believe it.
Yeah, like my line of thinking on that, and I mean I could be completely off here, but like it would be something along the lines of like you die, your consciousness ceases to exist, you entirely cease to exist, but a new person is born right after you. And like the period of like non-existence after you die, like you could like somehow merge and become that new being. But I mean I could be completely off base there. Like
It's possible, but there's no reason to believe it. Like if there would have to first be like souls, a way for consciousness to be a thing independently of the brain for that to happen. Like it maybe like if somehow you were dying and a baby was being born at the same time and your brain's like fused somehow and your consciousness was transmitted to the brain of the baby and overtook it, then maybe.
Other problem with that is population explosion. There's like there would have to be an infinite number of souls in reserve.
To transfer consciousness? No.
well, you're also not thinking about the possibility of life on other planets in the universe.
What about just a simple brain transplant?
Simple.
Well, that
A
would kind of
simple
not be death. That would just so like it wouldn't count as death in that case. You'd just be continually alive.
Okay, good one.
Hey, Tom, what did you think about Michael Egner?
I think his arguments were pretty bad for a professor. Like for someone that they took seriously, I think his arguments were pretty bad.
I saw his debate with Matt Delahanty. I think it was pretty funny, honestly.
I kind of find it paradoxical that like with death, if it's true that like your identity completely ceases to exist, like we can't imagine what that's like because we won't be there to experience anything.
Why is that paradoxical?
Well, maybe not, maybe that wasn't the right word, but it's kind of like we can't imagine what it's like to be dead, so it's just kind of like a weird thing to me, you know, like there's
lots
no
of things.
possible way.
Well, there's lots of things we can't imagine. Like, why does that matter?
Why would you have any thought that your identity continues to exist when you die anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really trying to argue for that per se. I was just trying to like throw out certain ideas that I've contemplated in the past, you know.
It's kind of like before you even existed, did you have a thought of pre-existing?
No.
Same thing with death. That's it.
Has anyone made the argument that consciousness is just a feeling like hunger? Yes. No, it's not epiphenomenalist. It's I forget what the ones are that say that consciousness is just an illusion. I know it's a thing though.
Are you thinking of eliminatives? I can't pronounce that.
Eliminativism. Eliminativism.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Eliminativism. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, that position is not very popular in the philosophy of mind. So, Tom, do you have I heard you still adhere to the logical problem of evil. Do you have your own version of that argument?
Yep. It's the same one that I present about the if my objective morality is correct is essentially the first premise. If my objective morality is correct, then the God creating this world without consent is logically impossible. So the God of the Bible is logically impossible based off what he did in the Bible.
Okay. Well, that would apply also to Muslim God,
Yeah.
God of Judaism.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Will it apply to any God who created this world and
Created
forced
a
us to be
world.
here without consent? So,
This is my last question about death, I promise. But TJump, do you think that death is inherently bad, or do you think it's just a neutral thing that's part of life?
dying without consent is bad, yes.
But just like a natural death that occurs due to old age, for example, it's just kind of
that would be
part of life.
That would be immoral if you didn't want it or didn't consent to it.
Okay.
So what would you say to someone who disagrees with you morally about that question?
They're wrong?
Oh, here we go. They're wrong. I think a good
Objectively
formulation
wrong
of
or
the problem.
Yes, objectively wrong. I believe in objective morality, so they would be objectively wrong.
A good formulation is how can a necessarily good being instantiate a universe that allows for the possibility of evil? If allowing for the possibility of evil deviates away from necessary goodness, I think that's also a good one.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's a
I don't think that one
philosophical
works because
question.
then they just say that everything God did was good.
No, because
Well,
then
you run
that,
into the
that would,
Euthyphro dilemma.
Or
Well,
they could
that-
say
that
evil
would-
was well, they could say evil was something God did in order to get to the best possible good.
But that objection actually doesn't work because they define evil as the privation of the good. So you can't just say that it's just good because he did it. Well, is it good because he instantiated a privation of his essence? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's like, is it good
It still fails.
Is it good because God wills it, or is it?
Wait, so say it again. Say your argument again.
Well, I can post it. I have it in a syllogism.
Well, I'm playing a video game, so say it because I can't look.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah, premise one. If there is a morally perfect being, then it is the case that the world it has instantiated is reflective of necessary goodness. Premise two, it is not the case that the world it has instantiated is reflective of necessary goodness. Conclusion, therefore, there is not a morally perfect being.
Why is the world not necessary goodness?
Because the world that he instantiated allowed for the possibility of evil through free will.
Why is that not perfect goodness?
Because free will entails that evil has the possibility to exist, and if evil exists, that's deviating away from a world.
Oh, okay. So
where
you're
there's
arguing
infinite goodness.
So you're arguing that a perfect God couldn't allow us to have free will because A perfect world that has free will and evil would be worse than one that didn't have free will and evil.
Sure. I'm just saying that going by the standard of what theists consider as the foundation for all morality, that being the essence of God, like the essence of God being infinite goodness, there can't be any state of affairs which is morally preferable from that necessary goodness, like allowing for the possibility of evil. Do you get it now?
Yeah, I mean, I still say they'd say the world is better with free will and evil, therefore that makes it more
Then they
perfect.
would be contradicting themselves. So
I don't think
so
so.
is free will better than the infinite goodness of God's nature?
I don't think that follows. So I think the argument is that a perfect world is one with free will and evil. Like it's only possible to achieve the perfect world through this means.
Exactly what I was saying.
That's bullshit.
I mean, I know
How
it is.
does that compare with like the doctrine of heaven,
How does
where
that compare?
people still have free will, but there's no evil that's being realized?
Humans couldn't get free will that way. They couldn't be given free will unless they came to Earth and chose it, kind of thing.
That still
How
fails.
is
Well,
how is your claim
it would disprove your argument. So your argument is the perfect world. Well, the perfect world is one with suffering in that case.
No. What? So the argument is that if he is necessarily good, he cannot deviate, right, from
Right.
his
Well,
necessary
they're saying
goodness. But
your definition of goodness
not
is
finished.
wrong.
So instantiating the possibility for evil would be an example of that deviation.
Right, and they're just saying your definition of goodness is wrong. Like the definition of goodness, perfect goodness, would instantiate the definition, or would instantiate the possibility of evil.
What about this? Like, if God is inherently necessarily good by his nature, but he created us with the free will to do evil, if God can't do evil, would we be technically more free than God?
Well, you definitely have more capabilities. Like, if he's omnipotent, this is why like the omni properties get into contradictions with each other, because if some being like me can do a thing that God can't do, then how is God omnipotent?
He can do it, he just chooses not to.
No, but I mean, a lot of theists will say he literally can't do that because of his nature. It's restricting him from being able to do
Yeah,
something.
I've heard that argument.
Well, they're gonna use the it would be a logical contradiction.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
that's also dumb. There's no logical contradiction.
If you
What's
say
the
God
contradiction
can't do
in
it,
you? What's the contradiction in you always having the ability to choose between good and evil, but for some reason you always end up choosing the good?
there's not a
no
contradiction there, but the point is that if a theist is allowed to say something like God can lie, then it's the epistemic question of how do you know that God's not lying to you?
Right.
So that's where you'll get into that sort of an issue, because they'll want to argue that he can't lie. So
I still don't understand how your argument towards objectivity does not fall back on subjectivity.
Oh,
Subjectivity is the evidence, objectivity is the conclusion. So, for example, I can see a TV in front of me. Does the fact that I see a TV in front of me from my subjective experience mean the TV does not objectively exist? Well, no. It can still objectively exist, and I can conclude objectively exist, even though the evidence, the epistemological means to get there, is subjective. So our intuitions are subjective, but we can say that our subjective intuitions can indicate an objective existence of morality, just like an objective existence of objects.
That makes
I'm
a lot of
interested
sense.
what do you think of the idea? Because I've heard you use it now. I forget which debate it was in, but so there's a possible world with no minds in it, right?
Sure.
So what is morality in that world for you on your idea?
Nothing. It would just be an amoral world.
But does it exist? Does it have some instantiation or?
Yeah, if the moral law still existed, it would still exist in that world. There'd just be an amoral world.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never. Do you want to? How do you conceive of the idea that it's like a natural law? How do you?
I don't.
How do
It's
you
like a law of gravity that we just don't understand yet. It shouldn't be too hard.
I guess I heard.
I think
I
let me
asked,
see if I
Jack-
can like. It seems like your confusion is, well, how can the law work? Like, how does? I don't know. I don't need to know. Like, that's not an answer I need to be able to answer.
Yeah, for me it seems like if something requires like subjects to instantiate, because I mean you're saying it's still there, so that's that's fine. It's like if something requires a subject to instantiate, right? Like that world would have no opinions in it, right? For example, like there would be no such thing as an opinion in a world that has no minds in it.
Right, the opinions don't matter here. Opinions are irrelevant to morality. Morality is any involuntary imposition of will. So morality doesn't still exist even if nothing is there to do it or infringe upon will. It's just a law of nature. So it's like gravity moves things towards a conclusion, towards a like. If gravity was maximized, everything would collapse in on itself and be a ball of singularity or whatever. So if this law of physics which exists was maximized, then the world would be like this, essentially.
So you think it's actually like, so I guess what confuses me is like, you think it's actually like a law of physics.
Yes.
So that is
completely
weird.
unsubstantiated.
Well, of course it's weird, but it doesn't matter if it's weird. Weirdness.
No, it's fine, right? I guess what I'm saying is like it doesn't have any influence on like physical interactions. It's just sort of like a
It
sort of like
it does. So it affects our brains. It does have interactions with physical stuff in our brains. That's why we feel it.
So you think it does something to like physical material, like
yes.
So if we intentionally act immorally against the law, kind of like
No, it just affects your brain, so you feel moral intuitions.
Oh,
so
okay,
why
I see what you mean.
does it only affect brains?
It doesn't. It affects all things as far as or why does brains? Did you say brains?
Yeah, because it seems to me like okay, like if
So
you were to
like,
say like
well, yeah. So it can only affect certain things that are able to feel it, and so in order to feel it, there has to be some set of conditions. Like, why does gravity only affect things that have a sufficient mass? Well, because that's just what it affects. It affects some things and not other things. So saying it affects, or like this law is such a way that it can only interact with things with a certain kind of chemical response or whatever in the brain is perfectly possible.
yeah, I guess like so for me it's going to be something like I could understand how there could be like a convergence on some kind of principle in the social species, right? Because that's kind of what you argue is that like we're a social species, like, and you say like if there were aliens that were similar enough, like that they would also come to the same conclusion about morality. But I guess the idea would be something like there isn't anything that is being affected at like some sort of like subatomic level or like a level of like fundamental physics that's really like causing this, driving this. Right?
Yeah, it would be like a force that was a subatomic quantum field, just like space-time, but it only affected things that have a certain physical constitution. So like if there's like certain kinds of forces only affect certain kinds of things, like the weak electromagnetic force doesn't affect things that aren't affected by that. So like saying there's a force that only affects certain combinations of things is not hard.
I guess what makes it hard for me, right, is that like we have the the standard model incomplete, obviously, but the idea that at a higher level, like once you get to like some very complex physical systems, now this law starts to take over or have an effect. Seems
Why is that? Like gravity is 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the other forces. It is not hard to say that there's another force that's 40 orders of magnitude weaker than that. Like this shouldn't be hard.
Well, it would be measurable though. That's kind of the.
No, if it was 40 orders, no. If it was 40 orders of magnitude weaker than gravity, it would not be measurable.
Well, I mean, you're saying you seem to be saying we do measure it, like our brains are somehow measuring it.
Yeah, it interacts with our brains in an unknown way. This is not hard. There can be things we don't know that we can't measure yet that do affect us. That is definitely a possibility.
No, but that's just a hypothetical.
Yes, it is. That's all I say it is. It's only supposed to be a hypothetical. If I had actual evidence for it, I'd win a Nobel Prize.
the idea that it's a hypothetical is fine. I don't care about that, but it's just the idea that like you know, if you were to put your brain into some hyper precise instrument, you'd end up being able to detect this sort of thing. Is that kind of what you're saying, or?
Yeah, we will literally be able to measure the law itself once we have enough technology. It is a physical law, exactly like any other physical law. It's the same thing I've answered every time you've asked the question. And yes, we will literally be able to measure the law itself. We will literally be able to see the law if we have
Yeah,
enough
you're just
physics.
making that argument on faith, though, because you have no scientific evidence.
No, it's a
based on faith.
hypothesis. So it's a hypothesis based on evidence. It's not
Yeah,
based
well,
on faith
you can
because
make
it's
a
wait.
hypothesis about anything.
Yes, you can. That's not faith. Faith is saying it actually exists. Saying it's a hypothesis
No,
isn't a faith. Like
faith-
if
faith is saying
stop
that
talking,
will
stop
be
talking, stop talking, or I'm going to mute you. Saying God exists is faith based. Saying God is a hypothesis isn't faith. Like if you just say I have a hypothesis that God exists and I think he could explain some stuff, but there's no real evidence for it. That's not faith. Faith is when you say it exists more than just a hypothesis.
Yeah, but you're putting up a hypothesis and you're saying that it will definitely be proven. That's
the
statement based on
hypothesis.
faith.
No, I'm saying if it's true, it will be proven. I'm not saying it will definitely be proven.
Yeah, well, if anything is true, it will be proven.
No.
Or it could be proven.
Not necessarily, no.
Like, so the difference here is that I'm saying I have a hypothesis. If that hypothesis is true, then it will be demonstrable in the future. Whereas the theists are saying my hypothesis is true, whether or not we can demonstrate it. I'm not saying that. It's not what I'm saying. So it's not faith. Faith is something completely different.
Can I ask you something? So it's like, what would you say would constitute this? It's just that like the brain of a person who is experiencing this would agree that imposition of will is immoral or something like that, or
No, that living things with sufficient technology and intellectual capability will gain this feeling or be persuaded towards this feeling in general.
do you think that can apply to other things too, like beyond morality? Like, do you think there could be other
Sure. I don't know of any, but sure.
Okay. Like I mean, you could even say something like logic or like epistemic
Sure.
norms or something like. Okay. Because that seems to be like pretty similar, like that there's a convergence on like the way that people communicate with each other, something like this, like the laws of the laws of the way that we have to think, the laws of thought, I guess, or what the laws of logic are usually.
I don't know of any pattern in those things. I don't know of any moral intuition or moral progress correlates to there.
We'll say like everybody converges on the law of identity or something, or law of non-contradiction or something like that.
Yeah, I think that does actually exist in reality. It's just the way reality is. So I think that I use the exact same argument for both there. I just don't think, I think the moral law is a law independent. It's like a part of reality, whereas I think the law of identity is describing how reality operates. So I use the same argument in both cases. They're both describing a part of reality. Beyond.
So I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
I was just going to ask one more thing too. Like, I mean, the thing with morality that seems to be, and what people are usually saying when they say that these sort of things are normative is the idea that you can be like in or out of accord with them. Like, you could decide to act immorally, right? So, a law would guide you into thinking, or a law would say a law is something like a physical law is something that can't really be violated. Or a natural law can't really be violated, right?
No. So like laws are just like consistencies of ways things operate. Like you can have, like we can jump, we can overcome gravity because gravity isn't a sufficient force. So if the moral law is like gravity, it doesn't force us to obey it because it's not strong enough. That's perfectly consistent. So it doesn't mean we're violating the law.
I'll give you a little pushback on that just because it's like gravity is always acting on you.
Yes, so the moral law is always the moral law is always acting on you. You can just overcome it because it doesn't force you. Like if gravity was 50 orders of magnitude stronger, you couldn't evade it. You couldn't overcome it by jumping. So if the moral law was 50 orders of magnitude stronger, you wouldn't be able to evade it. So
I guess the idea is you're not overcoming.
I just yes, the same thing to morality. Morality always applies. You can overcome it moderately because it's not strong enough to force you to obey it, just like gravity. No difference. I've answered this so many times.
But like you are always obeying gravity.
And you
right?
are always
same force
obeying the moral law.
can't
It is always affecting your brain in the exact same way, just like gravity is always affecting you. It doesn't stop affecting you. You don't overcome it. You don't violate the law. It's still there.
If you try to go against it, it'll fuck you up pretty
No,
much.
it won't do anything to you.
what is it that it's doing to you, right? Is it
Just a
making you
feeling.
think
It's just a
something?
feeling.
Is
Like
it...
I've answered this so many times. Holy shit. Next topic.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense.
Can
That's
I-
why everyone
can I
keeps
get
asking
in?
the question.
Then go back and
Yeah, go
read the
ahead, Mr.
answer
White.
again.
Go ahead, Mr.
This
White.
doesn't
Go
make
ahead.
any sense.
That's
It's
because
just
you're an
a
idiot. It's a
random
law of nature. It makes
hypothesis.
perfect sense. Like, this is not hard to understand.
No.
Whether or not you
No
can comprehend
scientist
it
would
doesn't
agree
matter.
with you on that.
It's
No
a
scientist would
hypothesis.
agree
You're an
with
idiot. Stop wasting my time.
Yeah, let's move on, guys.
It's just
Mr. White.
empty
go
ad
ahead.
hominems.
You're actually an idiot. Whether it's that hobbit or not doesn't make a difference to me. You're an idiot.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, well, we can just go and have a back and forth for hours.
Or I can just kick you. Next.
TJ.
Yep.
So, as a Christian myself, I'm basically scripture first. So, listening to what you're saying, it would be like really weird, but I think I can agree with you that we have an inclination to be immoral. So I'm agreeing with you, but just in a different way.
I have no idea what you're saying right now.
So you're saying there's some type of force, some outer force, causing us to be immoral.
Moral.
To be moral.
Yes, there's a law of morality.
And immorality?
Is the privation of morality.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't want to harp on it. You know what I mean? Like I guess the idea is something like I could see something like we would recognize or have a convergence towards recognizing that this imposition is immoral. Like, and I actually like the principle and things like this. It just seems like an individual could decide to reject it, or like an individual or various individuals could have all kinds of different feelings about it.
Yeah, and?
It just seems hard for me to, because I can't think of a law that's like perfectly analogous to the idea that over time, like that a social species like adopts some idea, like so say like we all think like murder is bad or something like this, and like I can understand that in terms of a civilization or a society like doesn't function well without that idea, because it would sort of just collapse if
well, that's
people
you're talking about like the epistemology of how we know about it. Like what difference does that make?
Well, no. I mean, more what I'm saying is like I can see how evolution would affect a group into thinking that yes, this thing is bad, because of the way that it affects the group, right?
We're pack animals, and when a
Yeah.
pack animal,
But yeah, but again,
starts to
none of
harm
this.
its own pack, they get ousted.
Having that's irrelevant to like whether or not the morality exists. Like how we know about it and whether or not evolution could teach us this is relevant. So like, so.
I guess
Why do
from my perspective,
sorry,
like,
go ahead.
you wouldn't need to invoke a law of nature to explain that so much.
Yes.
It's just a consequence of it can be a consequence of the fact that civilizations don't sustain themselves if they don't recognize this.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. So I never said that subjective morality is impossible.
Yeah, it just seems like it's if I can explain everything without invoking a new law of physics.
Yeah, you can. You
That's
can take that position if you want. I think it's wrong, but you
It
can.
just seems more simple, right? It's like
Yeah,
less,
that's
it's
fine.
less,
Like I grant that. This is just a hypothesis. If I actually had evidence, I'd have a Nobel Prize. So I never said it was the most supported hypothesis. Obviously, evolution is the most supported hypothesis because it's more evidence.
Why are some people more in tune with the moral law than others? Like, what's your opinion on that, TJump?
Same reason why some people can see better than others.
It's just innate to like each individual.
Yeah, it's just like, is your brain attuned to feel this or not? Just like you can see some or others more than others.
We're all unique. We all have differences, and some of them are flaws, and some of them are benefits.
Question.
Depends on where you are and your situation.
Go ahead, philosopher.
So if most of the evidence points to a subjective morality, let's say the evolutionary based morality, why is the consensus towards moral realism in philosophy?
Because it feels real.
Yeah, my opinion on that is because it makes it easier to enforce your. The reason I have always found that like most people support an objective morality or moral realism is because it makes it easier when somebody asks you like, well, how do you enforce it?
Well, no one really cares about that. Like Stalin and Hitler had no problem enforcing stuff with or without objective morality. The reason philosophers accept an objective morality is because it feels like there's something there in the universe that it feels like it's true that there's some morality which is objectively better than others. And I think there is. I think we will discover that someday for sure. That there's so much to the universe that is a real thing, that there is truly a better kind of a universe and a worse kind.
TJump, I don't know why some people like the previous guy argue like nobody's going to accept this or something like that, when it actually reminds me of a time where Einstein said that space-time can bend, right?
Yep.
And then a bunch of philosophers going, no, it can't bend. Nobody's going to accept that, right?
Yeah. So who said nobody's going to accept it? Was that an argument?
Oh, the guy you kicked.
Oh.
Well, I think there is something to be said that a lot of physicists will say that we're pretty close to understanding how physics affects the stuff that we are in direct contact with, because like we've probed energy levels and things like this to such an extreme and accurate level that it's like, oh, we would have already encountered this. We would have already some of our experience would have already probed this thing.
No. Because again, if I'm saying it's like 40 orders of magnitude weaker than gravity or whatever, it only affects certain systems, then no. So there's anybody who says we've understand everything is wrong. Like, no.
TJump, are you in the process of writing anything right now, like that you plan on publishing at some point?
Yeah, 2 books. One has a publisher, one doesn't.
Nice. Looking forward to it.
Thanks.
I like the way you think about problems, dude.
Thanks.
Tom, I have a question. So
Okay.
about the existence of God. So you're arguing about the perfect God of Abrahamic Semitic religions. Or what about does it make it easier to argue the existence of an evil God? Like
Sort
Satan
of.
or
I mean, I think an apathetic God would be easier to argue for than an evil God, because evil God still has the same problems as a good God does.
Oh,
who said God is good though?
Christians.
That's not true.
Literally says God is good.
Okay, to add on the question, so I heard about a theory of an evil AI that it's
Yeah, the serpent thingy
informational.
that like it will.
Yeah, the basilisk.
Yep. That
Like,
if you know about it, it's gonna try and destroy you or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. is
Rocco's
it
basilisk.
because yeah, true. You even can't say the word.
You're screwed. You're screwed if you know about it and you don't try to create
Yeah.
it.
is it a precursor to an evil god in the future or something?
Well, by God we usually mean the thing that created the universe. So I don't think there could be a future God. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is deism any more reasonable than theism, or are they both equally like as incoherent?
Well, no, just the statistical difference, because deism is God without the intentionality. It's just one less property of God. It makes it inherently more probabilistic. It's because it's simpler. So in that way, it's better by some tiny margin. So like if I said there is a cat on the backyard, on the back shelf or whatever, versus if I said there is a black cat, I mean the probability of me being right by saying there's a cat is higher than saying there's a black cat, because there's more cats than black cats. So
Right.
if you say it's just a simpler hypothesis in some very banal way, that makes it slightly less bad.
You wouldn't look at it the same way with morality, like we were just saying. Like if you could explain it with less moving parts, basically.
No, I already granted that. I already granted that evolution was the more supported hypothesis. I just don't think it's correct.
Okay. So why do you take that view then?
Because for the same reason philosophers do. It feels like there's actually a real thing there. There is a truth to the hypothesis this universe is better than this other universe, or this way the world could be is better than this other way the world could be. It feels like there is actually a truth there that some kinds of worlds are objectively better or objectively more right than others.
Got anything to say?
Now, what's the name of that AI thing you just mentioned?
Which I think Rocco's Basilisk.
Yeah,
Okay.
Basilisk, Rocco's Basilisk. You can Google about it.
Thank
Google it at your own risk.
It's an interesting theory. So, do you think God necessarily need to exist for religion to operate?
No. To operate, I don't know. I mean, obviously, lots of religions exist and they all have contradictory gods, so clearly not.
Yeah, true. So basically, God is just a forced meme.
Yes. I think it was
to other people.
was it Daniel Dennett who said that? I think it was Daniel Dennett who said that God was some kind of a meme. Was it? Oh, ideas or memes.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I just can't place it either.
So it kind of make so the Indian god is based on ideas, right? Like the Greek god and such. So if we in hindsight, it's easier to understand them as a meme at that time, like ideas that propagating. And now in today's age, what do you think about it?
About what?
Yeah, I mean, story of gods in the past is just the way people share memes and latch on to ideas and such.
Well, it's a kind of meme. Like people share stories that are false. God is one of them. Just a way to. It has evolutionary advantages that people use.
TJump, I'd like to see you debate or at least interview that guy Leo Gura. Have you ever heard of him from actualize.org?
It sounds familiar.
He's got a YouTube channel with like 1 million followers, and he's constantly preaching about his psychedelic experiences and how he's like connecting with the Godhead and like transcending the physical, and like he's basically an idealist and like a pseudo solipsist. It's like a really weird philosophy that he's peddling.
Well, if you can get him to come on the show, I'll definitely do it.
He's been doing some interviews. He hasn't like done any like interviews for years. But he's been doing some, so I'll see if I can like figure out a way to make that happen. I'd like to see like talk to him and like try to talk sense into him.
Cool.
Yeah, Tom, I have an interesting one that actually I've been going back and forth with various theists about this recently, and like they don't really have great answers to it, so it seems interesting. So the idea that God's outside of time, right?
Yep.
And he's omniscient, would mean that like eternally there's never a time, right? Or there's never a time where God does not know everything.
Yep.
Right. The idea would be that God instantiates all moments of time and knows all of them equally, right?
Instantiates, not necessarily, but what is the conclusion?
Well, on theism, this is for somebody who believes in God.
Well, yeah, but even if God existed, you wouldn't say he instantiates all time necessarily. I guess it would depend on what you mean by that.
Yeah,
But
so it's
what
like
is the
to make actual or
what is the argument?
What it ends up showing is that the creation and all moments in time are co-eternal in the mind of God. So like from the perspective of God, right? Like Jesus wasn't on the cross in the past, right? Because God's atemporal. He doesn't have a past, present, future perspective of reality. He's just, temporally omnipresent, right?
Okay.
So the idea is that you can show that the creation has to be co-eternal with God because God's immutable. He doesn't change. There's no point at which the creation doesn't also exist with God.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, but I would say, yeah, when you say God instantiates time, that does seem weird.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that they would have to say, like, as a foundational pillar of reality, that he instantiates everything.
Well, I don't think like it's the omnipresent thing. Like, I don't think God creating it means that he instantiates it or like is it.
Oh yeah, it doesn't mean. I'm not saying he is it. I'm saying he's sort of like making it actual.
Well, the fact that
like
he
grounding.
Yeah, but he can make time actual without time and himself both being eternal. So like he can make a temporal thing
He's
actual.
not in time. So the point is that say he creates like a finite universe, right? Like a universe that has like a beginning and an end, and like it's a certain length of time or whatever, just to make it simple. All the moments of time in that universe are for him like a block universe. Like he's just sitting there next to this block. I mean, to give an illustration, right? Like it's like the B theory of time. He's just there with it, right? Yeah, it's hard to put into like clear terminology, I guess. I'd like to work on it a little more, but
because I don't see a contradiction with like God existing outside of space time and then creating some temporal thing.
Or the idea is that the temporal thing that he's creating, like all the moments of time within that temporal thing for him are essentially simultaneous, right? Like he's not experiencing them in a temporal fashion like we do, where our present right now is the present for God, right? It's the future like is also part of God's quote unquote present, right? In a sense, like all the moments of time.
Well, that like if he existed throughout all time, yeah, but if he just exists outside of time, then no.
God said,
Wouldn't he?
The Omega, beginning to the end.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like this is what it would mean to exist outside of time.
I don't think so. I think that would mean existing through all time is what you seem like. If God existed throughout all time, then yeah, then what you're saying would apply. But I don't think it necessarily applies to outside of time.
Well, see, so there's like eternality, right? So it's like there's never a moment of time within our universe where God doesn't exist, right?
Well, that would be God existing throughout all time. But if he's just outside of time, then it wouldn't necessarily be correct.
It's both though, right? Isn't it both?
Depends which worldview. Like William Lane Craig would say no.
Yeah. Like there could
I'm
be
never.
there could be a belief where God dies or something, and when creating the universe, and then he ceases to exist or something like that. Like, but that's not what I'm talking about, I guess.
No, I mean, like, so William Lane Craig says God isn't in time. He's only outside of time. So he's not throughout all
No,
time.
I think
But
he says
No,
that
when I
God
think,
enters time. God enters time.
well,
I
yeah,
think.
as Jesus, yeah. But like I guess the point is to say that like if you're not temporal, like time, you are not in time, right? Like you're saying, like you're outside of time. You're not in time. Like what that means is, yeah. Go ahead.
God made time, so I don't know how you guys think about that.
So okay, let me back up maybe. For God, right? From a God's perspective, like of this type of atemporal omniscient God that we're talking about, there is never a quote unquote time before he created everything and knew everything. Because he doesn't change. He has no change of state because he's immutable, right? And this is under certain conceptions of God. Like obviously there are theists who see these sort of dilemmas and then they kind of reject these ideas. But just assuming that they go with those because they're pretty classical pictures of just immutable, omniscient, atemporal, those sort of ideas, right?
Well, God calls himself. God
like,
is I am, so he is. It's just he is. He's goes over the boundaries of everything.
like, yeah, I'm not seeing a problem with God creating time and then time being like a thing which he goes on future, and each future second God is also in the future second. But you don't need the time to itself be past or to be existing in the same like realm as God.
Yeah, it's not really about a realm, I guess, right? It's more about how God can't change. That's really what it's about, right? Immutability. So because he can't change and he doesn't have these like state changes or these temporal changes, right? Like there's never a state where it's just God and nothing else. Like that's kind of what we typically imagine because we're thinking of it as like being a sort of sequence of events. Like first there was just God and then he created some stuff, right?
Right. That's like, I think that's what William Lane Craig says, is that God created time in the first moment of time was like kind of like everything.
Yeah. Right. So what that means is that that first moment in time and then every other moment in time, right, has always been instantiated in like the mind of God or whatever they want to describe it as. And that's how it would work on like an emergent space-time type of thing too. You know what I mean? Like if you were going to describe it as a physical thing from which everything is emerging, right? It's that thing's not changing. That thing has always been instantiating the rest of reality as this emergent construct on top of it, right?
I guess so. Where is there a problem there?
No, there's not a problem per se. It's just for a theist, when you tell them that the creation is co-eternal with God, they don't really like it.
Yeah, I think that's where they'd say, well, no, since God is outside of time and the time has always existed in time, there's a difference there.
So I have a question about that, TJump. How does causation without time work? Because causation, as we understand, is like cause precedes the effect, right? So it seems like it's sequential in nature, and yet without time, how would that work?
If there's something outside of time?
Correct.
So if there's something outside of time, it would just like have a different time essentially. There's a different field or different medium in which it changes. Time isn't synonymous with all change.
Well, the thing is, like in physics, like causation isn't even like a fundamental concept.
Yeah, it's just an abstract.
Like, yeah, it comes much later. It's like at a macro level for us, like in a Newtonian picture of the world, like there seem to be causes and effects, but that's not how the fundamental laws of physics operate.
I've never understood the concept of omniscience because to me, I mean, I could be wrong here completely, but to me, it seems like if there were an omniscient God, how could this God know for sure with absolute certainty that there is nothing that lies outside of its knowledge? Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know. Just,
Wittgenstein's problem of omniscience.
oh, I never heard of that.
It's exactly the thing you're saying, essentially.
Wow.
I was joking in VC earlier today that we're in God's imagination, but God is stuck in the Matrix and doesn't know it.
Well, that's actually
Yeah.
the Hindu hypothesis. So we are all in God's imagination. Brahman, I think.
Yeah, and they also say
The
that
dream
Atman, which is the
Matrix
individual,
all the way down.
is identical with Brahman.
The other thing too is that somebody like a Darth Dawkins, because I've asked him this sort of question before, is that like God doesn't have an epistemology on their view because he doesn't really come to know things; he just knows everything.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's a good question to ask. I think I heard you asking that in the chat. I was like, that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a lot of interesting arguments out of it. Like I've heard other people challenge him on like just like because it gets into a definitional thing about how you're defining what knowledge is, and it's like whether or not God actually needs sort of like justifications for any of his beliefs. But you can get into other issues too, where it's like rationale. You can't really ground rationality in God if God doesn't need to reason about things, right? Like reasoning would be something that infallible creatures do, or ignorant creatures. So creatures that lack knowledge need to reason about things.
I'm waiting for someone to say something philosophical so I can refute them. In some really stupid, poorly explained way.
You guys,
that's
so
good.
I guess we were kind of talking about theories of time a little bit, like A theory, B theory. I mean, I've heard that B theory is more compatible with like general relativity. But I don't know if you guys have thoughts about that.
I think they're probably both wrong, and we don't really know what you're talking about.
The time-space continuum is the time-space continuum. The end.
Well, I guess so. Like in the basic definitions, like I know that like on polls, like I've seen the polls where like neither one of them is like accepted as like a position. Because I think what it relates to, it is more of a philosophical, like it's a philosophical question more than a scientific one, because it's about like what exists as opposed to what we can experiment on. The arguments that I've heard, like with something like A theory, is that only the present moment exists, and then with B theory, it's like the present moments, past moments, and future moments all exist alongside each other, basically. And with something like general relativity, like depending on your speed, you have a different you actually have a different present moment than other observers do. There's something called relativity of simultaneity, where observers will disagree on two events happening at the same time. So for one observer, two events can happen simultaneously, but for another observer, they actually happen at two different times. And that's sort of what leans people towards B theory some of the time. I've seen it represented as like the block universe. You can think of it as like if you took the 3D universe and you made it like a 2D slice, so you're kind of like compressing one of the dimensions down, and you stack those slices in a block. That's why it's called the block universe sometimes. For some observers, the present moment slice is like at an angle through the block, whereas for other ones it's level, right? Or you could think about it that way. Yeah, I mean, for anybody who wants to look into that, I know. So Sean Carroll has a playlist on YouTube that's just called "The Biggest Ideas in the Universe," and it's like these informal lectures that he recorded over quarantine during coronavirus. And he just put a ton of his free time into these lectures. He like got a little program going where you can kind of draw on a whiteboard, and it's very few prerequisites required. Like it's very interesting. Many hours of physics stuff.
Thank you, Ron John, for the $10 super chat. I sent you a Venmo from Nathan. When did you send it? I might have got it, but I don't know. I have to check my emails for the last one. So I get a number of them, so I don't know which one. Tell me when you send it, and I will check.
Anyone in the audience want to come in, talk about anything? Raise your hand.
Ben.
While they raise their hand, I have a question about the composition fallacy. TJump, I was thinking about this, and when someone says something like "life can't come from non-life," for example, right?
Yep.
And then I think like you label that as a fallacy of composition, correct?
Yep.
But I think the fallacy is talking about the parts and the whole, right? So in case of God creating some things, God is not really the whole, right? In this case, it's just one of the causal origin. So
well, they say that something in the parts can't come about unless it came from the thing that it came from.
Right.
That means that the parts, like the parts in nature, can't generate, because if they didn't have it, they can't generate consciousness. So the whole of reality created by God or whatever, if it didn't start with consciousness, if there was no consciousness in that, then it couldn't, because none of the parts contain it, generate consciousness.
But I think their argument is not that the whole of reality must have consciousness. It's that the creator of these things.
So they're saying consciousness cannot come about if the universe doesn't have consciousness. Like, and there was something that created it didn't have consciousness. So if whatever the fundamental nature of reality is isn't conscious because it doesn't have consciousness in it, consciousness cannot come about. That is the argument.
But doesn't the fallacy of composition apply to the whole and not the thing it comes from?
That is
Well,
the whole.
what I've heard. Sorry, what I've heard is like a Thomist will argue that say you're talking about like why you can make a fire from like two sticks or something like that. They say that like there's an essence potential there. There's like this thing in the two sticks that allows it to actualize this potential to create fire. And that's sort of what they're saying with God, or like the foundation of the universe, is that it has to have like the essential qualities to give rise to consciousness. But you can argue against that as a naturalist and just say that you don't actually need to have like an actual conscious necessary thing to get there.
I guess, but that still doesn't apply to the whole. I think
I'm
stuck up on the whole.
So their argument is that if reality was the whole of reality, if nothing in reality contained consciousness, consciousness couldn't come about from it. None of the parts in consciousness, even if no parts, no whole of it, none of the combinations in it could generate consciousness or had consciousness, then it couldn't generate consciousness. That's what it's saying. So like there is no property of a wall in any brick, therefore no combinations of bricks could produce a wall. They're saying no parts or the whole, either one, of the universe has consciousness, therefore consciousness couldn't come about in the universe on its own.
I actually like the analogy of the hydrogen atoms and the sun. The sun has some properties that the hydrogen atom doesn't. I think that's the similar example, right?
Yep.
Yeah, fusion would be the biggest one. You gotta, because hydrogen atoms don't fuse unless they are forced together, right? And that's like what you get like due to gravity and like all the collection of hydrogen atoms.
Right. The point being that whatever is the product of this fusion has different properties, and some properties can arise from things that themselves don't have those properties.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think I see what you were saying is that, yeah, it's not a composition division fallacy in that the creator has the properties. It's a composition division fallacy because they're saying that the universe itself, if there was no God, because the universe itself doesn't have consciousness or no consciousness in it, it couldn't have created consciousness. That's why it's a composition division fallacy, because they're saying that the universe doesn't have consciousness, Therefore, it couldn't create consciousness.
Oh, I see. I see your point now. I think it's an internal critique. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I mean, you could just say that like non-conscious matter, or like the fundamental, say like the fundamental thing is like physical or natural. On their terminology, you would just say, yeah, it does have the essential qualities necessary to give rise to consciousness. It just isn't itself conscious, and that's just kind of using their terms, and you can still argue the same thing.
Can I
What
say
up?
something? So, if God is all powerful and He's the Omega and He's the Alpha and the Omega, and you're saying we're talking about the Abrahamic God, doesn't He make the rules? So, if He makes the rules, can He not be outside of everything? Like He chooses not to be here. He disguises Himself from knowledge because He says, "You will not find me in your knowledge."
I have no idea what you just said. Thank you, John, for Ron John, for the super chat. I will check August 31st. Oh, could you say that again? Something about God not being here?
I'm saying if God makes the rules and He's all powerful, can He not disguise Himself from all scientific knowledge?
Sure.
So if you talk about the Abrahamic God, He says, "You will not find me in knowledge." He says, "You will find me in wisdom."
Okay. And there's
And
still no
wisdom
evidence.
according,
Wisdom gets you
but
to atheism, so I don't know.
but you're not going to find the evidence the way you're searching for.
Well, there's
You're going
no way
only
to find
search it.
evidence. There's 0 ways to find evidence.
So, is wisdom just meaning gullibility?
Yeah.
No. So God says, "Find wisdom, and you'll find Him."
There like a point that you're making?
So yes, because wisdom actually means, if you go read the Bible, this is very important for you to find God.
So that's begging the question. One sec, Ron John. Yes, I did get it on August 31st from. Yep, I got it from Nathan T. I did get it. Thank you. And do I have any debates coming up? Yes, I have one coming up on Saturday on somebody else's channel, so I'll probably post it later. But I think it's is it a precept one? It might be a precept one. So God says in the Bible we can't find Him unless we find Him. Okay, so there's no evidence.
No, it says you need to look at the right place.
Right, you said wisdom, and wisdom is finding Him. Therefore, so if wisdom is finding God, and you can't find God without wisdom, then you can't find God without finding God, and it's circular.
You first have to define what wisdom is.
Well, you said it's finding God. That's what you said.
No, I said you're going to find God if you have wisdom.
Okay, so what's wisdom?
So wisdom is the secret to find God. God is, if you know
Yeah,
that
bro.
It's still circular reasoning.
Okay,
We go
no, wait.
circle.
Okay,
Mr.
just
White,
hold on.
Mr. White, can you define wisdom for us?
Yes,
Without
wisdom.
saying God, don't say God.
Wisdom is knowing the difference between good and evil.
Morality? Okay.
That's not what wisdom is, by the way.
It's not wisdom according to your human knowledge, but according to the Bible.
Okay, so morality is good and evil, or is wisdom. So now we know what's good and evil. We know Johnny Babes is evil, for God's evil. So what am I missing?
Do you say are you inherently evil?
No, but the Christian God is.
Are you saying
Are
the
you
Christian God is
inherently
evil?
evil, Mr. White?
I'm sinful, yes.
Like, would you say inherently evil or no?
Well, according to the Ten Commandments, yes.
So are we going to
Agree
get
with
to
those,
the?
or do you agree with those?
Are we going to get to the like wisdom God thingy? Like, how do we get from wisdom to God thingy?
So if you understand that you are inherently born into sin, that you cannot, like anybody, any human being cannot stand against the Ten Commandments. You can't. There's no way. Everybody has lied. Everybody has lusted for a woman. You can't.
How does this get us to
Yeah, but
God?
that's only a couple of those, dude. Like the worst. You're gonna tell. Do you think all the 10 Commandments are equal?
The Ten
Do you think
Commandments
it's?
are
Do you think? Do you think lying is as bad as killing somebody, like murdering somebody?
Or working on a Sunday?
It's
Yeah,
not. It's
or
not.
saying goddamn. Like, is goddamn as bad as killing someone?
But it's not according to me. It's according to God.
Yeah, I'm just asking you though.
Well, God says lying and murder is the same thing.
Yeah. So you agree?
Yes, I agree.
So you don't have wisdom, okay?
Yeah. Let me ask you this: you think everybody's lied, right? You think everybody's lied. Do you
Yes,
think it would
everyone's
be
lied.
okay if everybody murdered? Do you think that would be just as fine as the way the world is?
Just as bad?
If you've murdered.
Yeah, everybody murdered.
Well, everyone's lied, so you're just as bad as a murderer according to God.
Okay, so he's
You're
asking.
saying like, if
If-
everybody murdered, that would be just as bad as the way the world is now.
It would be this. They used to use swords. They used to murder each other in the like
So
the
that's
armies used
not
to
what
kill
he's
each
asking.
other.
You're evading the question. The question is,
making my point for me.
would the world be equally as bad if people murdered as often as they lie? Or would it be worse?
It would be the same.
It would be the same.
Okay.
So you don't have wisdom.
No, it doesn't mean wisdom is seeing good and evil in the world.
Right, and you think lying and killing are the same, so you clearly don't have wisdom.
No, it's you. It's to find God. You have to find the difference between good and evil. You have to know
Yes.
that you're inherently evil.
Yes, and so someone who has wisdom knows that lying isn't nearly as bad as killing. Killing is far worse. And so you clearly don't have wisdom. You don't know the difference between good and evil because you can't tell the difference between the moral repugnance of lying versus murder.
But that's your human stance. I'm talking about God's stance about it, not my own.
Well, then God doesn't have wisdom. God's an idiot because he can't tell the difference between lying and murdering.
But he made the rules.
Then
You
he's an
can't
idiot.
break his rules. But
The thing is you're also just
Okay, then he's an-
assuming that. How do you know that God thinks all the rules are equal?
Because it's the Ten Commandments.
So what? There's a bunch of laws. It's just a list of laws. How do you know they're all equal laws?
It's the law. They all equal.
Yeah, but the punishments.
Commandments.
Yeah, but punishments for different crimes are different, dude. Like they're still illegal, but there's different punishments because they're not all equal crimes.
Dude.
Where in the Bible does it say that the laws are all equal?
Well, I'll have to get a Bible for you then.
So, Mr. White, I can't stop. I can't help but think that you're seemingly presupposing the Bible. What if, like, someone who believes in the Quran? What if they argue that their morality is the right one?
Yeah, but you have to see what God they're talking about. They're not talking about the same God.
Yeah.
Yes, as a neutral observer, how am I supposed to know? What if both of you are trying to hoodwink me?
But you inherently also know that there's such thing as good and evil.
Yes, inherently I know that
Oh my
murder is
God.
much worse than lying.
How do we know that your God is the right God and not something you've made up, and their God is the wrong God? Why is your God not the wrong God and their God the right God?
I think you have to go back, like, with all the genealogies, because we're all brothers and sisters. It's just where some people went off on their own tangent.
What if you went off on your own tangent?
Well, you're gonna have to follow the history.
Can Christians go off on their own tangent from Jews?
No, what happened with Christians is that it's just a fulfillment of the Old Testament.
According to the Christians, not according to the Jews.
So the Jews are looking, they all the time are looking for the Messiah. They are searching for the Messiah. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that you're right? We're still waiting for evidence that you're correct and not making shit up.
They're not searching for the Messiah, they're waiting for the Messiah. Everybody believed Christ was the Messiah. They rejected it for a number of reasons. Christians decided to go off on their own and say, yes, Jesus was the Messiah.
It seems like through the past 2,000 years that Jewish people in general haven't really claimed very often that there was a Messiah. It was really just people as individuals claiming that they were the Messiah. I don't know that I think most Jewish people accept that the Messiah is not coming in their lifetime.
Yeah, but that's not how the
Not in their
plan goes.
lifetime, no, but it's by the year 6,000. And right now it's the year 5,700 and whatever.
But that's not the plan of God. The plan of God is to bring an antichrist, so they're going to think that's the Messiah.
So evidence, like you keep making pointless claims that have no evidence. What is your evidence that anything you're saying is true and not just stuff you've made up in your head?
It's scripture. It's God's word.
Okay, so it's made up stuff in other people's heads. So give us evidence that it's not made up stuff in people's heads.
How do you know what God did?
Nothing. He doesn't exist. So
in Genesis, he explained the creation. Then he stopped. He did it in 3 sentences. So you guys got stuck at the first 3 sentences, but you forgot about the whole rest of the Bible, where it talks about your morality.
So I think you're stuck at the first
good and
sentence.
evil.
I think you're stuck at the first sentence of Moby Dick. Call me Ishmael. Like, okay, so it has a first sentence too. Harry Potter has a first sentence. Is this evidence that Harry Potter is true because it has a first sentence?
I'm telling you, it's just that you're going to look in the wrong place. If you're not going to look into yourself, if you're looking at the universe and you're looking,
Okay, I'm looking at
outwards
myself.
to the stars.
What do I say? I see myself. I see fingers. I see skin, hair. No God there. Or am I God? Am I God? Is that it?
No, you're not God.
Oh, okay. How do you know that?
According to you, you're a bacteria. So
I'm a bacteria. I don't think you understand how bacteria work.
What?
Well,
We are
evolution.
a bacteria.
Literally bacteria.
Well, you evolutionize. According to you, you evolutionized from.
Okay. According to us,
Yeah,
isn't evidence
where's bacteria come from? It came from some cool shit.
cool shit?
It came from
Where did what come
supernovas.
from?
Dude. The bacteria, it came from supernovas, and that came from all kinds of other crazy stuff before that. So why are you stopping at a bacteria?
I'm just saying. You believe? Yeah, we are part of the stars. I mean, God said that He made us from the sand, and we exactly the chemical composition of.
Okay.
Of
I don't care what you imagine God said. I want evidence that it's true.
So you want evidence of God?
Sure, that would be great.
But I just told you that He made the rules. He's not. You can't find evidence of God here.
Okay, so you have no evidence of God, therefore he's just something you've made up in your head. That's what you're saying. Is
People
that
used to tell stories before we went to
I
knowledge.
don't
They
care.
used to
Yes,
tell
people
the
have always
stories.
told stories. They're called stuff people have made up in their head. So we're looking for something more than a story. We want evidence. And if you don't have any, then God is just a story you've made up in your head.
So how can you find all the archaeological evidence?
What
That's
archaeological
in
evidence?
the Egyptians going over the Red Sea, the Ark.
Didn't happen. So
There isn't any archaeological evidence of those things. They're like wildly disputed.
wildly disputed, like they're consensusly debunked. Like
Yeah.
so the consensus is that there is no evidence
besides
of the Exodus.
Yeah, besides them being debunked, there's also a lot of other explanations for why there would be chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea.
Well, there weren't
Besides-
chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea.
I know, but I'm just saying, even if there were, that doesn't necessarily lead to, therefore the Exodus.
That's true.
There could be a lot of other explanations.
That's true.
I mean, there could even be like naturalistic explanations for why like a sea could like go down and leave a channel. Like, I mean, that kind of happened in the Bering Strait, right? Like during the Ice Age, like things like that happened.
But the story was there before the actual evidence, and it's right there where it happened.
Wait, what? The story was there before the evidence. How did they come up with the story before it happened? They usually wrote it down after it happened.
I'm saying the evidence that we've found. So we can't.
What evidence?
I'm saying the event happened. So let's say the chariots are there underneath the sea. The event happened. Like now you're saying no, it didn't happen, but it's there.
No, it's not.
There, yeah. Like, where are you getting that from?
Now, put that aside for a second. Egypt used to be a place of commerce where people back then would go for work, migrants and so on and so forth. That area that you're talking about has a natural sand bridge. That was a passageway that people used very frequently. It's where you would also throw your discarded chariots that would break down along the way. There's reason for why there would be XYZ found there, besides, there's a mythical story about Moses standing there honestly, I don't know how long he would need to stand there and keep the sea parted in order to allow 2 million people to cross on foot. Mind you, I'm sure they're not walking, 300 people wide. They're not walking single file either, but how long is it going to take for that sea to stay parted for 2 million people to cross?
Okay, I would take let you say, okay, there would have been other Egyptians crossing the river. So you're saying, okay, that could
Not
be
just Egyptians, but yes, people.
remnants from that.
People were going there for work. There's archaeological evidence of people migrating to Egypt for work.
I got a quick question about the Exodus. Why did it take them 40 years? Isn't that like a huge? Isn't a straight line like only a couple of years of travel?
It's not just
and
that.
wasn't
It's
God
2
dropping
million
them food the entire time?
2 million people zigzagging what is essentially 23,000 square mile chunk of land. That line would be, the head of the line would be well past Tel Aviv today, where Tel Aviv is today, while the end of the line is still in Egypt, if there were actually 2 million people crossing the sea.
Yeah, they could hold hands from their start to their finish, and it would take 2 weeks if you just.
Did you know the Saudi Arabians and Muslims are hiding the place that Moses was at?
Moses didn't exist. Problem one.
Dude, the place where he walked up the mountain.
So consensus in history:
down to
Moses didn't exist. Moses was a fictional character that never existed.
What? No way.
Yeah, like you just Google Moses historicity.
No.
Yeah.
So you're saying the golden calf is a mythical thing?
The golden, yeah. They definitely had
Why is
like.
the golden calf supernatural, dude? That's just the idol that they were worshiping. What do you mean?
They found the place where it was standing with people carved into the rocks like golden calves, exactly where that happened, and they found the rock that Moses struck in Saudi Arabia.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. You idiot.
Let me find the video.
The video. Oh God,
Yeah.
the video.
Just
So
please feel free to put whatever evidence you have in the Discord, and we'll look at it.
We will
Dude,
try not to laugh.
fenced, the Muslims fenced that whole place up because they don't want you to know that.
It's a conspiracy now. I thought the Muslims believed in Moses. What are you talking about? You
on a
realize
side
that it's
note,
an Abrahamic religion, right? I mean,
Yeah, but the whole place is gated. Why?
what? How do you know it's gated? And what are you
As far
talking
as he
about?
exists, and we don't know why, is
There's
not evidence for your
there's
mythological
there's
thing. There
video.
could be reasons why it's gated. That doesn't
There's a
mean
video of a gated place.
therefore.
So what
Well, I
happened
mean,
was
it's fair to say
the
that
Saudi Arabian prince.
the Muslims
the
would
Saudi-
definitely like make gates around anything they think is holy relics, just like Christians do. So that's not really surprising, but it doesn't matter.
The prince had a doctor, and this doctor was a Christian, but he didn't know it. So he went into that area and he saw what's going on. He didn't tell the prince, and he took evidence.
Evidence of
There's
what?
pictures. There's everything,
Pictures of what?
dude. The mountain that if you look at
They
the
took pictures of a
pictures-
mountain. Okay, there's lots of mountains. I have pictures of Mount Everest. Pictures of mountain,
So the
not
Bible describes where Moses was in this place on the top of the mountain where God revealed Himself. That whole mountain is black, black, black.
the
whole
top of.
mountain
Yeah,
is
I know.
black.
I know the top of the mountain is black because I've seen that mountain. That mountain is black because of volcanic ash. It has nothing to do with God.
You haven't seen that mountain.
I
you're
literally
talking
have.
about.
This is a meme on TikTok that's been debunked a million times.
So the place where the golden calf is standing is exactly there where Moses
It's not.
can see
It's
it
not.
from.
It's all fake. All of that has been proven false archaeologically. It's all false. We know it's false. It's been debunked a million times. There's literally no evidence there. We
Where's
know
the-
that mountain has
where's
nothing
the-
to do with God.
Where's
Mount
the
Ararat.
debunked?
Mount Ararat. So it's definitely
Can I ask you
false.
something? Why
No,
would a
Mount
golden
Mount
calf
Ararat is
dude,
Mount
like a golden
Ararat.
calf? Somebody's not just going to steal that in how many thousand years? What?
No,
How many thousand years? 3,000-4,000 years?
it's not the golden calf that's there. Of course, that's long time gone. It's people that have. It's like cave art. It's like cave art, like on the rocks, where people were standing and drawing on the rock, like carving out on the rock.
Are you sure it's real? Like, how do you know that's like actually legitimate? Like, do you have any? Is there a study about it? Is there like anybody that's gone and looked at it, or is it just a video of it?
Yes, there's videos where people have gone there. You can see everything exactly.
Yeah, but it could be a hoax, right? Like somebody could have just drawn that on there.
Do you have evidence that doesn't require your confirmation bias or special pleading?
No.
So
There's all
do you
kinds of
need
hoaxes like this of like ancient drawings, ancient runes, people trying to make stuff that seems like it's from thousands of years ago, but really it's like a modern folk. You know, have you ever seen aliens?
You
Okay,
cut
so
out.
how do you?
Cut out
So
quantum.
how do you find your evidence if you're just reading it in papers?
Novel testable predictions, scientific evidence.
Well, I guess we have to go there then.
We have. There's lots of archaeologists that have done that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I would accept it if some like reputable experts went there and looked at it and had something to say about it. But if it's just a video, like that's missing.
So I think like if you are into these kind of things, I have a couple of recommendations for you. One is the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. So these are Hindu epics full of stories like these, like half monkey, half human man, carrying a mountain in his hand, and so on. How do you make sense of that? It just sounds like another story.
I'm talking about evidence where people go and do measurements and everything.
Yeah, and they do the same thing between India and Sri Lanka. They say like this is a footbridge that they crossed and so on. They just make shit up.
Yeah, but
When
like,
they go to this mountain and they find that it's blackened on the top because of ash, right? Well, that debunks the whole.
it's not ash. It was some superheat event that it like burnt the rock into blackness.
Yeah, it's called a
And
volcano.
that's been proven by archaeologists.
Yeah, I know exactly the mountain he's talking about. Mountain with black top.
It's not Mount Ararat because they haven't.
Mount Sinai. It's Sinai. So yeah, Mount Sinai, distinct blackened
No,
peak.
Mount Sinai.
We can just go to the Wikipedia. It literally explains this: the geology of Mount Sinai and how it's alkali
Ararat
granites.
is where the ark landed, dude.
Yeah,
Two different things.
but there's also that rock that like split in half that I think the water came from. I think that's next to Mount Sinai. It's like the mountain right next to it. Yeah, so this is all explained archaeologically. We know what causes it. It has nothing to do with God. There's no fire there. Literally caused by volcano stuff.
What do you think of the idea that like an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs and all the evidence that we have for that? Like, why is that not in the Bible?
Better question. Do you think the world is 6,000 years old?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ouch. Okie dokie then.
I think the dinosaurs were alive with people.
Yes, the dinosaurs were alive with Adam and Eve.
Oof.
Yeah. How do you explain the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary and like the Yucatan what is it, the crater that's in the Yucatan Peninsula?
To quote one of the Muslim apologists, it's a metaphysical matter.
So can you just explain what that is, though?
Yeah, so there's basically in the geologic column, there's a boundary between the Cretaceous and Tertiary periods. It's called the KT boundary. And it's found all over the Earth. And it has evidence of these minerals. I think it's iridium, which is not found on Earth. Basically, it's found in very, very small quantities on the Earth, but it's actually pretty prominent in like asteroids and space rock. And then there's a crater on the Yucatan Peninsula. If I could remember the actual name of the site, I could pull it out of my ass. I can't right now. But if you just look up the KT boundary asteroid impact, they located where the crater is. And they've mapped it. It's enormous, right? And that's credited with wiping out most of the dinosaur species, which you don't find in the geological layers that are above that boundary.
I don't know about the minerals or whatever, but I know if everything is like if everything is like one, there's going to be minerals of something, I guess.
Well, it's just that
There's
like
gonna
a lot of
there's
this evidence is really consistent with the idea that they were wiped out by an asteroid impact.
well, according to God, they weren't wiped out by asteroid.
Right, but that's like inconsistent with the evidence, right? That's kind of the idea.
Well, it depends. Like we don't know. You don't know. I don't know.
Right, but there's evidence. So we're looking at the evidence for it, and we're saying like this is more consistent with this idea than that idea, right?
Yeah, but you don't know what happened before the flood. You don't know what happened within creation itself.
Before the flood. There was no flood. There didn't happen.
There could have been huge floods. Like think about when the Ice Age ended. That would have been like way beyond when you think the world was around, right? It would have been like 11 to 12,000 years ago. Like there was an ice age and it ended and a lot of the ice melted really rapidly. It would have been like pretty crazy floods, and that's probably where most of the myths come from, right?
There was a ice age after the flood. The whole earth cooled down and it was an ice age, and then
there was a mini ice age.
Yeah. So how did all the people get from like I mean the whole continental like everything broke off. So how did all the people like how did people go to how's there people in Australia? How's there people in
I think you're
America?
missing the timeline, man.
They walked there.
Pangea and like the continental drift and stuff like that, that was long
Yeah.
before there were humans. That was long before there were humans. During the Ice Age, the last Ice Age, which was like, 11 to 13,000 years ago, when it ended, and it actually lasted for like 100,000 years or something like that before that. There were humans there the whole time because modern humans have been around for 2 to 300,000 years.
So Quantum, allow me to sort of like pursue a line of questioning with Mr. White, if that's okay. It seems to me, yeah, it seems to me that you might be talking past him. So let me just ask a couple questions. So Mr. White, in the event that, let's say, some scientific discovery like evolution or that human beings didn't live with dinosaurs conflicts with the Bible, who would you side with? Would you reject the science in that case?
Sorry, just say again.
I think he asked you to say it again.
Oh, so I'm saying in the event that science conflicts with something in the Bible, let's say the belief that human beings lived with dinosaurs and science or evolutionary biology suggests that they didn't. So would you reject that science?
I would check it like according to the Bible's storyline, yes.
Correct. So if it goes against the Bible, let's say, then you would reject the science, right?
No, I would find like where it actually like coincides.
So Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago, where does that coincide?
Yes, the Big Bang happened because it's the first creation. It's the creation of light, like creation of everything.
13.8 billion years ago, where does that part fit in?
So how did you work it? How did you work it out?
We calculated it from the speed of light and the way at which things are moving away from the cosmic microwave background. Also, the formation rate of stars, also the formation of planets. All of the different measurements all indicate that it was that age.
So you're doing a calculation going backwards.
Science.
So it doesn't matter. So allow me. It doesn't matter. Let's say every scientist on the face of this earth agreed that the universe was 13.8 billion years old, and your Bible said that it was 6,000 years old. Who would you side with?
I'd side with God.
See, there it is. So it's arguing science is pointless with Mr. White.
Well, even so, if the Jews say okay, it's billions of years old, if the Jews say so, if it's in their text and it's 100% that is that, then outside with that, outside with whatever God, because only God knows exactly, because we don't have the answers. It's almost like it's you've got to answer there, you've got to answer there, you've got to answer there, but it's like still speculation.
So you're pretty much saying that we can't have any knowledge unless we believe in your God and your Bible.
You can observe. I mean, you can observe, but you're not going to exactly know what happened. You're not going to exactly know. You're not going to know the past. Only God knows what happened.
How exactly do you know that God knows this? You're making a presupposition.
you have to start with a point. So you believe in science. So the thing is, you're gonna take that stance. So my worldview is different. So I say to myself, okay, God said in the word, in the Torah, he says this is creation, and this is and it's already, he says it in 3 lines. This is who I am, this is what I've created. And then I also like science. I like to read it. I just observe it. It's not that I'm searching for an answer to disprove God.
Well, I mean, first of all, science is not something you believe in, right? Science is you either accept it or you try to debunk it and win your Nobel Prize. It's not a belief, it's not a worldview, right? Nobody's setting out to disprove God. What most atheists are saying is, I need more than just, I'm going to start out with the basis of assuming this is true and then go down the rabbit hole, right? I'm going to try to falsify it. I'm going to try to see if
But what's science got to do with God then?
it's not science. Well, what some people are talking about is the fact that there is scientific evidence that goes against what the Bible says, right? Like, just for me, something silly would be God created Adam from dirt, which in and of itself is silly, but it's also the fact that man is carbon based and dirt is silicate based. There's no carbon in dirt. So you
But
make
if
a
you
man
believe
from
God,
materials, right? So your response could only be, well, magic. I just want to believe that God can do this.
yes, God is magical. He made a person
Right,
and a plan.
except you have no evidence of it. But when you have scientific evidence, when you have a process, a methodology tested, proven that works, the methodology is proven to work, and you follow the evidence to where it leads, whether you want to accept where it leads you to or not, whether it conforms to your biases or not, that's where that's where the evidence leads. That's what you accept, instead of turning around and going, well, it's leading me to something that I don't like, so I'm going to ignore that and just continue with the path that I like because it makes me feel good.
Yeah, but I don't like it when science comes and it's like, oh, carbon dating, and then they take this whatever they found and they send it to 5 labs and there's different things that comes back. So I have like no, like,
So are you
it's like,
looking at one-offs? Is that what you're doing? You're looking at one-off situations? Because 99% of the time, that's not what happens. When they carbon date, first of all, different methods of carbon dating will test for different periods of time. And even within that, they will use different methodologies. And in order to assure that they're getting the right date, they use at least 3 different methods, because
yeah,
it's
but science,
nearly impossible for all 3 methods to give a false positive in the same range.
I think he's talking about when someone takes a sample of carbon dating and sends it to the ones that are meant for different time frames. So like there's carbon dating only works within a certain time frame. So if you send it to one of the if you try to carbon date something outside of that time frame, too young or too old, you're going to get wildly different answers, which isn't a problem because that's not what carbon dating is for. There's other kinds of dating meant for those younger times. And so when creationists do the stupid thing of they send carbon dating for things that are like 100 years old and say, oh, look, they're off by thousands of years, it's just because they don't understand they're using the wrong dating system. And they're just doing it deliberately to try and make it seem like carbon dating is inaccurate.
Right. Misunderstanding of science is not proof for God.
but how many of the scientists are actually Christian?
I don't know the question. Like a lot of them? Like lots of
Yeah,
scientists are Christians.
most of them said, listen, there's something else going on here because we don't know everything. There
Every
there must
scientist
have
says
been a
that.
God that could.
No one says
Yeah,
that. That part's not part of it. Yeah, like there's lots of stuff we don't know. None of that indicates a God. That's literally an argument from ignorance.
Mr. White, do you mind if I kind of broach on this
Sure,
subject a little bit as well and ask you a question after your response?
Sure. No, it's fine.
Do you feel like your special pleading in some ways. I don't know if you know what that means, but that means you're wavering in how you apply evidence and skepticism. And when it comes to your theism, it follows different rules and it wavers in consistency as compared to how you live your life. And do you see that at all?
Like my theism and my life, like if there's like inconsistency to my life and what I believe in.
Yeah, so like I would say something like you don't use faith to make sure that you have gas in your car.
No.
Right. So when it comes to how you're taught to think about something like a deity and religion, skepticism, and the way you evaluate evidence, right? And it goes down a road called special pleading. And I'm curious if you've noticed that.
Nope.
Okay. That would be, you know, as somebody who believed for decades and didn't get out of it since I was like 30, you know, and then took me another 10 years to deconvert. That's one of the biggest things that I noticed of myself is that the church and the way I was indoctrinated, which isn't a bad thing. I don't think indoctrination is truly a bad thing. It depends on how and what purpose. But the way I was taught was special plead, is to take any type of skepticism, to take any type of evidentialism and throw it out the window. And what that did is it created a back door to basically make excuses. And I can make excuses to the cows come home. I can play devil's advocate all day long as somebody who has been in apologetics, to fight anybody and say, look, I can show you how, you know, a believer would answer. But 100% of it is special pleading, is not good evidentialism for something I have to risk my life on. And that's what I'm asking you, is that if you haven't noticed that, I think that's one of the biggest contingents in this, in what people are talking to you about is, you know, you're going to look at scientism, that's fine. You know, you're going to look at the scientific method, that's fine. But there's other things out there, right? There's experience as well, which science can't really explain sometimes, and the method doesn't work. So when it comes to evaluating evidence, is it important to you to not evaluate it consistently when it comes to the question of a God?
Well, I don't think if you believed in God, you can deconvert. If you believe in God fully, you would never deconvert, by the way.
Well, I came to Christ when I was young. I did later on as well again. I baptized, whole 9 yards. Some would say that once baptized, you never go back. Once say you follow the path of Christ, you can't go back. The problem was is that when I got involved heavily with the church, I saw the method that was being used. And when I wanted to sharpen my skills as somebody who practiced apologetics, I realized quickly that I was on the losing side. Because the methods that I used to evaluate my survival, predict the future for my survival and my family, not being used in theism. In fact, once you studied philosophy, you know, that I had to go teach myself how to do in some ways, learn under some people, I realized that that was more important, and I would live a better life and an easier life with that method rather than the methods from the church. And the methods from the church were rather old, and the new methods that I had were actually rather new in some ways too. So modern philosophy, the way that we think about, you know, these methods are roughly only about 200 years old. And so we're just finding these old methods that are still leaking in our society about mysticism and how we evaluate things. At the end of the day, you have a volcano erupting, and we've sacrificed all the virgins, and we've prayed hard enough, and we've put all the goats out in the desert. Nobody ever thought about magma and tectonic plates. So that was more important to me, was the method upon which we're evaluating our survival. I've seen some pretty horrible things done to people because they used terrible methods, which were not science based, and they were mysticism. And that is all I found as an apologetist, somebody who just believed in mysticism.
And just as a quick example, Mr. White, it happened earlier when you were bringing up the mountain that you think is Mount Sinai. You're convinced, based on a video that you saw on YouTube, that that's the case. And then there's geological evidence that dinosaurs didn't live at the same time as people. And you're like, yeah, but you really don't know. Right? You're going to hand wave and brush that off because it goes against that narrative, whereas other supposed evidence doesn't necessarily lead you to that conclusion, but because it fits the narrative, your biases will allow you to accept that.
It's called tuning skepticism, just like you tune a guitar. If it aligns with your worldview,
Well, it
then you
aligns with God. It
tune it down.
aligns with God. It aligns with God of the Bible's view. He said, well, there's the story of Moses. It said this is the place, this is how it looks like. So that's what it looks like. It's exactly what it looks like in the Bible.
Yeah, let me ask you another question. If you were taught these teachings, you found out the method upon they taught you was just a terrible method, and whether the people that taught you or not how to interpret your specific theism that you believe in, which I understand that you have your own way also of how you believe, and I think it's very unique as compared to others. But people have interpreted and taught you in some ways about how to think about this stuff. And overall, the religion itself, how it's taught, if you saw that it was manipulative in some ways, and it was not true, and it wasn't following good methods, at the end of the day, it was somewhat of a trick. And like I said, nobody's fault, whether those people believed it or not themselves. Would you want to know?
I don't believe anybody's manipulating me because I read the Bible by myself without any external influence. So
The Bible
if
is
you
an
did
influence.
Bibleism, like reading the Bible.
Right. But if the Bible itself is not true, and it was something which got you to believe, as much as somebody wants to believe in, Lord of the Rings, it's fine, okay, and that's fine. But if the book says, hey, this is absolutely 100% true, it's a 100% true story, you read it, and then would you want to know if it honestly wasn't true, or just partially kind of true, and all the other stuff was just mysticism? It just focused to maybe some real events, and maybe even Jesus was real. He just wasn't, a godly figure. He's just a man. Would you want to know that stuff?
Well,
important?
Well, what's important is that we all gonna die, all of us in this room. So if that's not true, then if that's not the truth, then we're still going to the same place.
I don't think
So
anybody can determine work.
his question was, if you were wrong, would you want to know?
I could be wrong about many things, but I know God is not.
No, he's asking, like, if we could prove you were wrong, would you want us to tell you?
But you're gonna try prove me with creation.
No. Hypothetically, like, we could prove God doesn't exist. Would you want to know, or would you want to continue believing the falsehood that just makes you feel good?
Of course, you can prove God doesn't exist in this creation because He's not here.
Oh my God, this guy is so.
What I'm asking. God could exist or not. I have no proof of either. I'm asking you that if the religion that you believe in, right, the Judaistic practices and the way the Bible was formed, that was mostly made up, hypothetically, would you want to know that?
I know, I hear what you're saying, but it's. Do I want to know if it's false?
Yes.
By human definition, like, I know from God's perspective, it's not.
It's not the question.
Pragmatic. I don't think I'm going to get much farther, TJump.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Thank you, Mr. White. I appreciate it, and I hope you think about these things. I'm not here to change your mind right now, not by any means. I'm just here to plant seeds. Up to you to water them.
I hope you find God for real and go back to Him.
I'm agnostic, my friend, so I always am looking. Of course. Good.
How are y'all doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I think you could have broken that down even further. It's like, would you rather remain ignorant, as in ignorance is bliss, or not?
Would you rather be ignorant and not know what God's plan is for you guys?
Sorry, Mr. White, is your assumption that those who don't believe never actually read the Bible or didn't study it?
Many people can read something, but that doesn't mean they.
Sorry, you cut out. That doesn't mean.
You know, they even say, well, they like, I don't know if you know this, but they say even the demons know Jesus and God and whatever. Okay, you don't believe in demons, but I'm saying people can know the Bible better than you, but they won't believe it. But that's not how it works.
So if somebody did study it and still doesn't believe, how does it work?
Because they don't. That's why I'm saying wisdom. I'm saying you have to know that you cannot stand in front of God's 10 commandments. That's all. It's like literally so simple that your brain can't wrap around it.
That's your perspective, right? So I studied the Bible, and to me, it's an obvious fake. Not fake, but I mean, it's obviously written by men, not written by a
Obvious.
deity or by a god. So I'm trying to understand your perspective of what you call wisdom, or when you keep mentioning the fact that people need to study or read the Bible. Like I have.
Did you study the Hebrew text?
I studied the Hebrew text in Hebrew in an Orthodox seminary for over 10 years.
Well, that means that you've just not accepted God.
So where does this wisdom come in? Are you assuming that I saw it, understood it, and just blatantly, consciously denied it? Is that what you're saying?
You actually denying, like, okay, I'm not gonna, like, it's not trying to offend you or anything, but you denying that I don't know. Do you think you're a sinner? Like, if you've read that whole Bible, do you think you're a sinner? Like, in according to God's word?
According to God's word, yes, but I don't accept the fact that God exists or that God wrote the Bible. So the concept of a sinner is irrelevant to me, right? I've nailed a hammer into the wall to hang up a picture. That doesn't mean I'm a carpenter, right? I've maybe told a lie. Doesn't mean I'm a liar. If I've stolen something inadvertently or even consciously, doesn't mean I'm a thief.
So you're saying you are those things that he explains. So you're exactly like,
Again,
if I'm a
you're starting from the standpoint of it is fact, and I'm a couple steps before you, trying to figure out whether it's fact or not, in order to me to accept those definitions. If I don't even accept the fact that this is written by a deity or by a god, because to me it's an obvious book written by Bronze Age people for their own benefit, to make their lives simpler, to make women more compliant, to make their neighbors less aggressive, etc. I don't accept it as a definition, this definition of sinner. I don't accept that. So even if I can admit to the fact that, hey, maybe 5 years ago I stole something, or 2 weeks ago I lied about something, I don't accept the definition of myself as a sinner because the book itself is irrelevant. Just like you don't accept whatever definitions the Quran has because it's not a book that you accept or believe in.
But why does it not stop at the Jewish people? Why does it go like everyone cannot, every human being can't be on that standard?
Sorry, I didn't follow.
The standards of the Ten Commandments. Like every human being, no matter if you live on an island and you like part of the cannibalistic tribe, or if you live in the temple, or if you're a Christian, you still can't. You can't live up to those rules.
Sorry, I got to bounce out. I just realized I got to take off. But before I do, can everybody please go help Tom and to go to his Patreon or to his PayPal? That damn cell phone of yours is killing me with those TikToks. We need a better phone.
Working on it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Donate to my better phone fund.
Yep. Take care, guys.
See you later.
Bye.
See, like that guy, he's got all the knowledge. He knows everything in the Bible, but he doesn't know the wisdom between good and evil.
Mr. White, have you been Christian your entire life, or did you eventually come to the conclusion that God is real and that you should follow like what the Bible teaches?
I thought I was Christian. Like I made the like a whatever vow, whatever you call it, when I was a kid. But I came to see that Christianity, that people think it is, and what it is two different things.
What do you mean by that? Could you explain like exactly what you mean by that?
Okay, so for you now, do you think a Christian thinks he's like a good person, or he's like good in front of God?
Thank you, Antipode, for the better phone.
Christians think they're good people.
Some do, some probably don't.
So
I don't think you can blanket statement like any group of people and say they all think they're good or they all think they're bad.
Okay, so
In addition, there's a large variation in denomination of Christianity.
That's a good point.
What one believes could actually condemn another to hell. So you really have to take that into account.
Yeah, but why is everyone focusing on hell? Like, you should be focusing on God. You're not going to hell or whatever infinity if you put your eyes on the God and not on everything else.
I don't believe in your God.
You don't have to.
How would we know which denomination of Christianity is the most accurate, or at least the most in line with what your God wants for us to follow?
I would go to the Torah, which is the originals, and then use the go read any of those books of the New Testament. It's not the denomination that counts; it's God that counts. You have to focus on God.
Well, first of all, do you practice Catholicism or are you a Protestant?
I don't practice. I don't need to practice because there's nothing you can do to get to be better in God's eyes.
Okay, what I mean is which one do you participate in?
I am a son of God. I don't participate in denomination.
Do you go to church?
Yes, I go to different churches and I hear all their perspectives.
So you're more of just a general believer rather than kind of like stuck in one denomination, is what you're saying.
Yes, I believe what God says first, and then so you go to church, you listen to what they're saying, but you have to go read it for yourself because otherwise there will be manipulation.
How do you know that what you're reading is directly from God? Like, it seems like there's a lot of evidence to the contrary.
It's very clear. It's it's very, very clear. It's like people
It's not
twist the
clear to
word.
me.
Read it again. Ask God to help you. Just read it and read it.
Mr.
Okay,
White,
so
what's the requirement for salvation?
What's the requirement?
What must I do to be saved?
You don't have to do anything. You don't have to pray 7 times a day. You don't have to do all those things. You just have to accept. You have to accept that God is real, and that Jesus is real, and that you are so sinful that you actually need Jesus to be. So it's not, dude. You have to understand. God is gonna come back. So it's not. So we fear God. God is coming back. He's gonna destroy us all. Okay. So we believe in Jesus because he takes that whatever that ever is inside of us, and he says, "Listen, dude, um, you're good to go. Like, uh, I've already died for your sin. You don't need to stand in front of this judgment."
Do you have to be baptized in order to be saved?
Well, why wouldn't you want to be baptized? If
Technically speaking,
Even
yeah.
God says, "Listen, dude." Wow.
So it
In
is,
the,
is it a requirement in order for salvation to be baptized by water?
not necessarily by water. In the Catholic faith,
no,
in the Catholic faith, we believe that there are three kinds of baptism: baptism by water, which is the normal way; baptism,
Loud.
baptism, bruh,
There was some like
bap,
background noise.
Noise troll. Noise
I
trolling.
can,
can I tell you what
I
baptism
can,
is? Actually,
I don't know how any of this has to do with arguments for the existence of God.
I know, but I'm just answering the question.
it's an argument from a different perspective. It's not. It's not on
Basically,
your ground. It's on God's ground.
So is Canadian Catholic here, or is he away from keyboard?
He's here.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Canadian, how
Hi,
you
nice
doing?
to meet you. Hi, Frank. How are you? Nice to see you again.
Hope you're doing all right, brother.
Yeah, I was just writing a blog post for why you should prefer classical theism over neoclassical theism.
Interesting.
May I address the question about baptism and whether it's a requirement for salvation?
Bro, that stuff is so relatable, man.
God. Do trolls ever get tired?
I think it's just there's an infinite supply of them on Discord.
An infinite regress of contingent trolls.
Yep. Yep.
What's your
Oh my god.
Well, if all of the people that were baptized are going to go to heaven, that's kind of weird because they don't even believe in God.
Oh, there's actually nothing in the Bible
Hey,
that you need to be
Canadian.
baptized to go to heaven. Zero.
It's just a declaration of your faith. It's just saying to the other people in the church, listen, please help me stay on the road. It's just showing them, listen, I'm willing.
Canadian, have you ever considered writing a blog post on Cornelius Van Til?
Cornelius Van Til. I'm not that familiar with the man. From what I understand, the way he did philosophy wasn't really good. But I'm gonna like hold my judgment until I get into him. And it's also not fair because like we judge people by their students, and maybe their students, quote unquote students are bad. I don't know. From what I've heard from people I trust, he doesn't do philosophy well at all. And it might be a waste of time. But other than that, again, I'm just gonna withhold judgment for now.
Okay.
Does anybody know of a way to
I've
like
heard
make
several,
a
like,
decibel limit for Discord? So if they like go above the decibel limit, they get muted instantly. I feel like that would be a very helpful feature.
Yeah. So like I've been listening for half an hour and nobody's touching on the topic of does God exist.
Yeah,
like
I've been here for less than 5, and that's also the case.
Yeah, we've been talking to Mr. White for at least an hour, and yeah, it had nothing to do with the evidence of God. He was just talking about preaching. He was pretty much just preaching.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
Mr.
have Nephilim
White
free on the server for that.
Well, Nephi brings arguments.
Nephi
Nephi,
isn't actually.
he brings arguments, so like we can't. He's not that bad.
He does?
Yes.
He does? No.
We saw pictures of the dinosaurs on the walls. Have you seen those pictures?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, same reaction Canadian had.
The reason why I was asking Mr. White questions about salvation and baptism is because
Worse than who, Canadian?
Ray Comfort. I think
Oh.
worse than Ray Comfort.
Well, Mr. Batman. I don't think anything gets worse than that.
What do you mean, Mr. Batman? Mr. Batman is a comedian. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he is entertaining. Like Darth. I kind of like them because they're both bad, but they're both hilarious about how bad they are.
Oh, I adore Batman. I love Batman. He's like my favorite. But like people like Ray Comfort are a huge waste of time. But Nephilim Fruit might actually beat him out.
TJump, when you were arguing against that Muslim about the contingency argument over like 2 hours ago, you could have just brought up the modal collapse objection to the PSR.
Who guys? Are you talking about like my previous debate with the Muslims?
No, the one that was here that you said that he was creating obscure definitions in order to argue for his God. He was on the stage earlier.
I do not. Yeah, I don't even remember. So.
Oz 4.
Oh, he was a
yeah,
Muslim.
you guys were talking about
Like the whole point is, how can a necessary being beget like something contingent? out of itself.
He was
Yeah.
having a really hard time understanding that.
Because I know Jack Gangstrike also agrees that modal collapse objection succeeds.
Huh.
Or maybe Canadian
No,
has a
actually, I don't.
response.
No, it doesn't. It's a consensus actually that kind of modal collapse argument doesn't succeed. Not against the principle of sufficient reason. Maybe against some other principles, but not.
Well, I mean, the consensus is that the PSR fails anyway. So
No,
Well,
the consensus is some kind of.
Do you think it is a strong objection against a strong PSR, but not the weak one?
No,
Okay.
only like very weird versions of the PSR would be susceptible to it.
All right.
Not the classical ones.
Yeah, doesn't the
Um,
strong PSR pretty much entail necessitarianism? Like, if you were to
No,
form,
it doesn't. Not the normal strong one.
Hey guys.
No, it's just a
thanks for
huge.
bringing- Oh, sorry. Am I audible?
yes.
yes,
Thanks for bringing me back. I had to switch devices. I had a question about hell for the theists. Does anyone take the position that ignorance is an excuse when it comes to like getting into heaven?
If I may answer. So, following Aquinas, we don't believe ignorance is an excuse, but we believe it reduces blame.
Right. So like
So-
the tribe that's like cut off from the world that's never heard of Christ, they're not default damned.
Well, not necessarily, but that's not a good thing to be, right? In our view. I mean, we can't say that anybody's damned, to be honest. I mean, that's not up to us. We can say what damns people, but we can't say that any person is damned. But yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say that they're necessarily damned, but they're in danger.
Is it more so that
Especially-
they haven't heard the word, or that how they live? Like, in theory, could someone live like a Christly life without actually hearing the word of Christ?
Well, there's a concept of virtuous pagans that comes from like Justin Martyr, and this view that certain pagans were close to God, and God would look upon them. And I mean, I've shared some parts, like I've said on record that I do believe that Aristotle is in heaven, for example, right, or Plato, and yeah. But like beyond that, no, I don't think that like good works save. Nobody's gonna be saved because of good works. It's just that ignorance reduces blame, but it can't eliminate sin.
Right.
Aquinas actually covers. Yeah, Aquinas covers this in this one.
Well, didn't he also say that part of being in heaven is the awesome part is watching the people in hell, though? That wasn't very cool, I don't think.
That's what
I don't know.
physics teaches.
I guess I haven't read that far.
Well, where I'm going with my line of questioning is this may not necessarily work with all theists, and it may not be a great point with every theist, but I tell it to Muslims a lot. It seems to me that if you can go to heaven without actually hearing the word of the prophet, what would be better to ensure people's souls is to not spread the word around.
Yeah, so that's based on I might tackle that. That's based on utilitarian philosophy that we reject. That view. We believe that ends don't justify the means. There is a way to act correctly, and there's a way to act incorrectly. And what's correct for the intellect is to know the truth. And saying that no, it's incorrect for the intellect to know the truth because if it's ignorant, then blameworthiness is removed. It's just utilitarian philosophy, which we reject as wrong. Truth matters for its own sake, without any benefits. And the end of the intellect is to know the truth, and God is the ultimate truth. And we have to make sure that we are doing all we can to help people understand that. That's the point. You're kind of using some kind of weird consequentialism that we don't agree with. We're virtue ethicists.
Sure, I knew I'd get a better response from you, Canadian, so I appreciate the answer. But also, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't say anything. Somebody echoed.
it was an echo.
Well, the
Sorry,
Bible
Lawson.
says,
Lawson, can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Yeah.
Survival. Just sorry, you can ask your question first.
Oh, well, I was going to reply to Lawson. In Acts 17 in verse 30, it says, and at times of this ignorance God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent, because he hath appointed a day in which he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he hath ordained. So I think the answer to that question would be that people are without excuse. It's the ignorance God once winked at, but now it's commanded that everybody would believe the gospel.
I'm reading the passage right now. It's been a while since I've cracked open the Bible.
I just want to know if you guys think that hell is like a physical place, like that hell is going to be forever.
No, I'm an atheist.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Actually, I mean, if I may answer it, yeah. So, hell is a place, not just a state. That's
I have a more general question about the concept of salvation
How
in
do you?
Christianity. So apparently, in order to truly be saved, you need some sort of libertarian free will to freely choose salvation over damnation. But no one has ever been able to coherently give an account of how libertarian free will would actually work, like
yeah.
metaphysically.
So that's wrong. So, yeah, that's wrong. First of all, you don't need free will to be saved because nothing you do saves you. Things you do are necessary conditions to be saved, but nothing you do saves you. It's just wrong. But secondly, we don't believe that you need libertarian free will, but that you do have a libertarian free will, because that's the only kind of free will there is. If our arguments are correct, then determinism undermines free will. All you need for free will is agency plus lack of causal determinism. As in, your events should, in some degree, be agent caused and not event caused. And there you go, you have libertarian free will.
From my understanding, a lack of causal determinacy and what you call agent causal, like I don't even know agency. Um, Basically, like if there is no causal determinacy, then it's just randomness, and randomness would not be up to you. But
Sure,
if
we don't believe that. Sure, we don't believe that agent causes are not causes. We believe they're actual causes,
so,
just not deterministic.
so you believe that the agent is not an event occurring in the universe. You believe that the agent is its own substance that can cause things to happen.
No.
Well, agent causation is fundamentally different from event causation, but like that's just equivocating on what you mean by event causation. Like obviously we agree that when an agent decides something, that's an event that happens. But what people mean by event causation is when one blind event causes another blind event. There is no kind of agency involved in the process, and we say that that's not how our free will works, because our free will originates from the agent, not from events that have no that can begin like that can have completely like pretty much be very distant from the agent.
But aren't all agents the result of events that happen that are outside of their control? Like, for example, conception and birth. Aren't those events that occur that are outside of the control of the agent?
Sure, and that's why we don't call them free choices. I didn't freely choose to be conceived.
Right, but so like if every thought you have is an event and your thoughts ultimately lead to you intentionally acting upon those thoughts. I don't
Yeah,
see
that's again just you're obfuscating the language, right? Thoughts do not causally determine for me to choose something, right? I don't have control over my thoughts, and that's irrelevant. What's relevant is that thoughts do not necessitate any one action. Thoughts only make sure that I'm not starting from ground zero. And I never argued that I start from ground zero. I make the choices that I have available. But from the choices I have available, and the ones that are free, are the ones that aren't causally determined or forced by external factors and so on and so forth. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
But according to God, like we all
Yeah.
sinners, no matter what your choices are.
Huh?
Wait, say that one more time.
According to, if God comes in front of, it doesn't matter if you're perfect in your choices or not. If he comes in, if he comes right now, he doesn't determine.
I can't make sense of it.
Okay. So let's broaden the scope a little bit. I mean, this is a common objection to theism and its relationship to human free will. So, if God were to be omniscient and had foreknowledge, how can you have that kind of free will if you can't contradict God's omniscience by choosing against God's
Sure.
omniscience, then how could you have free will?
Yeah, so this is a big one, and it depends on how you want to cash it out. So, God has knowledge of all things, but He doesn't cause them. So there is some kind of a bivalent relationship between them. So, for example, God knows things only because they happen, and they happen because God. So had they not happened, or had they not been possible to be happening, right? God wouldn't know them. That's stage one, or something like that. But more importantly, is this concept of contingent knowledge. So contingent knowledge is located externally, right, outside of God. And contingent. Now, again, I understand that this is going to be a hard concept to grasp. That's fine. But basically, what you're talking about when you're talking about free actions is contingent knowledge, right? Contingent is something that could be different, could occur differently.
Yeah.
That isn't tied with God. Yeah, like Joe Biden becoming president, right? So God does know that Joe Biden becomes president, but that's not God's necessary knowledge. That is God's contingent knowledge, which is located outside of God in the things as they happen. And now this is very hard to understand, so I have to bring an example that I got from my good friend. And let's assume that you believe that there are no non-avian dinosaurs right now, and you have a justification for this. And it also turns out that in the world there are no non-avian dinosaurs. Okay, now what you have is, well, at least conventionally, knowledge that there are no non-avian dinosaurs. But if somebody in a lab right now were to invent non-avian dinosaurs, right? You would lose that knowledge without anything in you changing. Are you following me?
Not really. Are you saying that when things happen?
So our point is that knowledge can, yeah. So our point is that knowledge could, in principle, be gained or lost without anything inside you changing, and that's how God.
But would that change God's knowledge of the past?
No.
All right, so I have some questions because if you're saying
No, continue. Sorry.
Go ahead, Cricket.
so, how do you justify when God violated free will in, like, when he, for example, when he hardened Pharaoh's heart repeatedly to show his power and his glory and killed all of those people, when the Pharaoh, like, since he had to harden his heart, that means that didn't come from him.
Yeah, that's of a theological nature, and that leads to another complex issue. But basically, we do believe in a sort of predetermination, but not the kind that Calvinists believe in. So what we believe is that God gave Pharaoh over to a reprobate mind. We don't believe that God came out and made sure that good person like Pharaoh would have a hardened heart. He simply allowed a hardening of Pharaoh's heart, because Pharaoh was not a virtuous person. He wasn't practicing virtue, right? And in our view, the more someone makes a good choice, the more likely it becomes that the next time they want to do something better, right? That's just virtue ethics. It's actually quite popular these days. And God gave over Pharaoh's heart to reprobation, so to say. So we don't believe that God acted actively; rather, he acted passively by giving Pharaoh over to his desires.
That's not what
Which,
the text actually says. It says that God hardened his
Cray,
heart.
you asked me to exegete the text, right? You didn't ask me to read the text. You asked me to exegete it, and I did it for you. What you could say is, "Oh, thank you. I disagree with that," which is fine, and you could give your exegesis. But to tell me, no, that's not what it is, well, why do you ask me to give an exegesis if you're not going to take it?
Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I wasn't listening. I just
No,
disagree.
I'm not saying you're not disagreeing. I understand you're disagreeing, but what are you disagreeing with? You asked me for my exegesis of a text, and I gave it to you.
Because you were saying that God did not harden his heart; he just
What-
allowed it to.
He's saying his interpretation of what that means is that God didn't like stop his free will. He's saying that God allowed him to make his free choice. That was evil. That's his interpretation of what happened.
Okay. To answer the earlier question, I do not believe that there is a hell, and I also don't believe that biblically there is a hell. It was a soul annihilation that was taught. That once you died, your soul would disappear. Would die, unless you were a believer, and that's why it says that he came to save us, so that we will not perish, but we have eternal life. And perishing means that you cease to be. So I don't worry about hell anymore.
Okay. Well, I think CC said that hell was a place, not just a state.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gehenna.
Well,
actually, it's probably necessary. Yeah, actually, it's quite necessary, I guess, that it's a state. It's not just a state because we believe that people in hell will have bodies. That's kind of important because remember, on our view, just souls aren't the whole person, right? We sometimes act like they're persons provisionally, but they're not. They're just souls. And for somebody to be a complete person, they have to have a body. So, I mean, it's kind of necessary that there is a place like hell, not just a state, because there has to be a body.
A question I want to pose to, it doesn't really have anything to do with what I was talking about before, but it's more of like a epistemological thing. Like, how come we have to have faith in God, but we can't know that God exists, if that makes sense? Like, why is there like a separation between our knowledge God in fact exists and like our faith?
So split brain. That's just complete bullshit. We teach that God can be known with certainty through reason. I'm not joking. This is from the Catechism and from Vatican I. These are dogmatic, right? The Vatican I, at least, is dogmatic binding. It teaches that God can be known through reason alone with certainty. So this idea that you can't know God exists is bullshit. Secondly, of course, huh?
Well, yeah, because God instantiates and secures all possibility.
No, that's not what I mean.
I know.
I mean,
It's a dark joke.
But I know. But so yeah, that's just false dichotomy. That's not our teaching is that God can be known with certainty, through reason. The second point is that we don't believe that faith and reason conflict. Not at all. I mean, that dichotomy is just false, I guess. If that makes sense, split brain.
To a certain extent, I mean, I wouldn't say that I've come to the reasonable conclusion that God exists in my own mind. I've actually come to the opposite conclusion.
Well, the teaching isn't that you're going to come to the correct conclusion. The point is that in principle, that's what we believe. We don't believe this that you have to take it on faith without knowing, because that's just not what we teach. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, faith, the idea of faith is that what are you putting your trust into for your forgiveness of sins? I would say the Bible teaches that you need to have faith on the resurrected Christ who died for your sins so that his blood pays for your sins and you receive eternal life. Now, if you're trusting in anything else other than Jesus Christ, then your sins are not paid for. And is why you need to have faith in Christ instead of just knowing that God exists.
Hold up one sec, guys. I'm going to go start my dinner in the stream now. If anybody in the stream wants to participate in these Discord discussions, join the Discord. And if you want to be a mod and host your own stages, you can have your own conversations. Join the Patreon at the $5 level and you become a mod on the Discord and you can host stages. Thanks again for showing up, guys. I'm going to go get dinner. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Thanks, TJump. Peace.
Hey, TJump.
Yeah.